Blood, presented by Fields Auto Group.
Line drive deep left. The catch by Caesar. Cubs win. Cubs win 7-2 the final. Technically a come-from-behind victory. All 7 of their runs in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Cubs keep rolling right along. Hello, welcome in. Cubs pregame live presented by the Fields Auto Group. He's Todd Hollinsworth, the 96th National League Rookie of the Year. I'm David Kaplan. Magic number down to 10. The Cubs keep finding ways to win over their last 5 games. They have not hit a home run, but 4-1 over the stretch, Holly.
Attention to details. I mean, this is exactly what Joe Madden wants to see from the boys this time of year. Going for the 90th win of the season today. They're playing good baseball. They're the team making the plays. Think back to yesterday's ball game. The Brewers were the sloppy team. The Brewers are the ones not making the play and throwing the ball around. The Cubs, their attention to detail. That is going to be so important in September. Keep your eyes on that. This is a team, don't worry about the home runs. The hitting's going to be there. You have to play this level of baseball where you look at every day, compete, and go out there and play your best.
All right, Cubs made a few additions to their roster before today's ballgame. Biggest news, Hector Rondon coming off the DL. Reliever had been sidelined since August 17th with a right tricep strain. With the minor league season now over, Cubs called up 4 players for AAA Iowa. Outfielder Albert Almora is back. Infielder Munenori Kawasaki, catcher Tim Fedorovich, the right-handed reliever Spencer Patton are all back. R. Kelly Kroll caught up with the Japanese-born Kawasaki a short time ago and asked him what skills he's been working on down in the minors.
English and Spanish. Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. Super perfect. Yeah, very important for me. Hey, baseball, easy, man. But English, Spanish, too tough for me. Oh my God.
Muy bien.
Yeah, muy bien. Pretty good.
That guy's hilarious. Almora hit .265 at 34 games with the Cubs earlier this season. His speed and defense could be something the Cubs want on their playoff roster. What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I look at September for a handful of players on this roster currently as auditioning for what those extra spots, the 24th and 25th spot on the playoff roster might actually look like. And it's imperative to swing a hot bat, to have impact on the bases, to play great defense. Yeah, for Almora, I also think he's showcasing himself for next year as well. I mean, a lot of things kind of going on. This is all about opportunity. But again, these games mean something in September. More for players like Almora than your John Lesters or your Anthony Rizzos and Chris Bryants. There's no doubt about that. But again, it's going to be an opportunity. He's going to get some starts down the stretch. He's going to get tested in a lot of different ways. I think Joe will bring him into some ball games. He's going to pinch hit him, obviously, kind of the same role that he was in before he was sent down, option down. But again, he's going to want to pass those tests and make himself an option moving forward. Make sure you handle your business, hit well, do everything right so that you're even being considered for those roles.
All right, with the division title all but assured, one thing to keep an eye on over the last few weeks of the season is who is swinging a hot bat, especially from the left side of the plate. Tommy La Stella, Miguel Montero, Chris Coghlan combined for 5 hits in yesterday's win. And these guys could be fighting for a spot on the playoff roster.
Yeah, they could. And don't pay attention to the batting averages. Don't look at that. It doesn't really matter. It's what are you doing right now? And Miggy Montero had a nice day yesterday. Some really good at-bats. Used the entire field. Ran the bases pretty well. I think it's important. You're absolutely right because you're starting to talk about the depth of your roster, who that left-handed bat might be. Chris Coghlan, again, don't look at the numbers that he's been putting up this year. Don't look at what he's done as far as his batting average with the Cubs. He's coming through with big hits. That's what this is all about. It's a push here at the end of the season. And the hot hitter, in my personal opinion, will be probably the one who gets the ultimate answer.
You know, you look at these 3 lefties, and you mentioned batting average means absolutely nothing.
Right.
Of the 3 guys, where's your thought that that guy will make the playoff roster?
I think Chris Coghlan, he's done it before. He's a veteran, and that will also play into this as well. Now, Tommy La Stella certainly is versatile as well, and I think that he could be there, and same for Miggy. I mean, it's just a question of what the need of the team is, and does one of these players, one of these 3 players, put himself way out in front by having a hot September, taking full advantage of all the opportunities that are extended to him. But the way that I look at this team, I know the way that Joe, is going to manage this team. You look at what this infield is, Addison, Russell, our way around. We certainly know what our, Zobrist, Rizzo, Bryant, we kind of know what we're doing. He's kind of shuffled, the corners, the left and right field. Those have been options and possibilities all season long. I think that Coghlan fits into that conversation where La Stella is more filling in for guys when guys are taking days off, where I could see Coughlin maybe even getting a start in the postseason if it's the right matchup.
All right, we'll see about Almora. Don't forget they had Quentin Berry on the NLCS playoff roster last year for speed, possibly defense. Yesterday, Kyle Hendricks became the 4th Cubs starter to reach 14 wins this season. Check out his numbers over his last 20 games. 19 of them starts. 12-4, an ERA of dirty 160, 108 Ks in 124 innings. When you think about those numbers and how good they are, the amazing thing is he's not a power pitcher. It's not like he is running it up there 96 blowing you away. He's just out tricking people.
Well, the way that you would describe it, Cap, is that somebody who, has got 96 behind them, you could say, intimidates hitters. That's overpowering stuff, and it's overwhelming sometimes. When you go up against Kyle and you're frustrated with what he's doing, well, that's the word right there. You're frustrated. You walk back. You're kicking yourself. You're like, how did this guy?
Because he has a game plan.
Oh, well, he's executing, but you're coming up with bad contact, and that's what he continues to do. That's what's so impressive. I talk about it all the time. I mean, really is the key to pitching in its simplest form, getting as much bad contact from a hitter as you possibly can, and he continues to do it all season long. I don't worry about the strikeouts. I love the pop-ups. I love the 16 hoppers to our infielders. That's when you know he's locked in, is that you're getting that bad contact. Sure, we'll take the strikeouts, but he is a frustrating at-bat for most hitters right now.
All right, let's take a look at today's pitching matchup brought to you by Bono, the original Italian beef. And it will be Jason Hamill who gets the start for the Cubs, matched up against Willie Peralta, who is 5-9 this season. More on him in a moment. Hamill going after his 15th win of the season. He looked strong in his last appearance, giving up just 1 run on 3 hits over 6 innings of work. The Cubs win over the Pirates last Wednesday.
Yeah, really worked that outside corner. That's the one thing. We talked about, coming into this start, leading up to it, obviously he had a couple of bad outings. And I think people were watching, myself included, to see where he was at. That fastball command, it's imperative. It sets up his slider. He's got one of the best in the game. And what he did was dial up that fastball, and you're watching it right now. He worked away from the righties. That's just the one thing that I really, that one corner, continue to watch it. He's going to do it over and over and over again. I think he's going to have to open it up a little bit more today with the Brewers, though. I think that he's going to have to use both sides of the plate. They have a little bit more thump, a little bit more pop in their lineup, and some guys in the middle of that lineup that you have to respect. So good to see him bounce back in that start right there. Now take it back, and let's hope he can kind of get back to that next gear where he works both sides of the plate. He has had tremendous success against the Brewers throughout his career. 10-1 with a 2.5 ERA. I mean, he has absolutely owned them. So this is a place where he feels good.
All right, this will be Hamill's 15th career appearance against the Brewers. He has pretty good success against them. Righty 10-1, an ERA of 2.50, as we said. Last pitch in Milwaukee, July 22nd, 5+ innings, and picking up the W. Those numbers are just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I expect more of it to happen. I mean, we talk about it all the time, Cappy. Sometimes you just, as a pitcher, as a player, you have confidence in certain places against certain organizations, and you ask me all the time, and I can't explain it. Things happened early in my career against them, and you know what? I hit them all the way throughout my career. Couldn't figure them out then, couldn't figure them out when they were good, couldn't figure them out when they were bad. Didn't really matter. It's just one of those things. That's the Brewers to Jason Hamill. The good side of that conversation is that he likes pitching against this Brewers team, whether it's in a Rockies uniform, in an Orioles uniform, in a Cubs uniform. He has had tremendous success against them, and it's a great place for them to show up coming off that really good, strong start against the Pirates, because this is an important start for him as his team goes for its 90th win, and certainly all eyes are on this rotation right now as things set themselves up for the postseason.
All right, as for Peralta, he was the team's opening day starter, but he had an ERA of 6.68, the worst among qualifiers in all of baseball, and he was sent back down to AAA in June. 5 starts since coming up to the big league club again early last month, an ERA of 3, so he has figured it out.
Well, he's coming off his best start, too. You're watching him against the St. Louis Cardinals, and the St. Louis Cardinals are no slouch, Cappy. You know that. I know you don't like to admit it, but they're a really good offensive team. They got a lot of power on that team as well. What he did so well was work the ball down in the zone. You're seeing it right now. He still has the big fastball, everybody. 95 to 97 miles an hour. You're going to see the hard slider to go along with it, but if you've been watching the highlights along with us, you've noticed there's no changeup. There's no soft stuff. He doesn't really feature it. And in fact, he has struggled throughout his career against the Chicago Cubs for that very reason. An ERA north of 4. Again, got to get him in the zone, and if you do, you're going to get something firm to hit. That's really what it comes down to. Cubs have had a lot of success against him throughout his career. So even though he's coming off a good one, he's going to have to make pitches tonight if he thinks he's going to have success against this Cubs team.
All right, we have to take our first time out of Cubs pregame live presented by the Fields Auto Group. We return. We'll look at the lineups for both squads. And it's not just the Cubs starters who are turning in great performances night in and night out. The bullpen has been on fire as of late, even without 2 of their top arms. And it is 30 minutes and a little change till the start of the ball game. Still time to give Feldco a call. Holly and I do. 866-4FEL-DCO. Feldco!
Cubs Pregame Live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
Is price important? You bet it is. Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group.
It's the best price. You know it's the right price.
A low price and a whole lot more, like our Fields amenities that include free loaners, free car washes, and our Fields cafes.
Those other things are just perks, extras. It's not like it's built into the price.
Exactly. A low price and Fields amenities at no additional charge.
I got more car for the money.
It's what we do. Fields matters because you matter.
Hello? This is she.
Is that the doctor?
Okay, wow, really? It's two? That's great news, thank you.
It's two?
Yes, it's two. It's 2 for 1 windows at Feldco.
Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
2 windows for the price of 1 ends soon. Hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
Hey, Ralph Punzel.
Oh, hey, Ronnie.
Where are you headed?
Great Clips.
You're getting a haircut?
I checked in already. Using their online check-in.
I'm dying to check.
It saves you time.
You're getting a haircut.
Why? Thinking about applying to astronaut school.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll see you, Ronnie.
Save time every time. Download the online check-in app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Afoot and lighthearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. The east and the west are mine. The north and the south are mine. All seems beautiful to me.
Time of the API Physical Therapy Injury Report. Pedro Strop suffering a groin strain as he's working his way back from a left meniscus tear.
That's crooked.
But the team still expects to have Strop back before the regular season ends. I know a guy who had a meniscus, and he's back ready to go running. As we told you earlier, Hector Rondon has been activated off the DL for tonight's game. The reliever says he is ready to go.
I feel really good, and I think I'm healthy right now, and I've been through a little bit before, and I feel like a little stronger too, so I'm ready to go.
Do you look at this time off as maybe a blessing in disguise, a chance for you to kind of recharge your batteries a little bit?
I don't know, maybe I'm recharged a little bit, but I think we make that decision to be more stronger when I coming back, because I know I can pitch with that injury, but I don't want to push too much. So I'm really happy right now.
All right, welcome back to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. He is Todd Hollandsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Holly, even without Rondon and Strop, bullpen has been outstanding as of late. In fact, we go back to April 24. The pen has a 1.55 ERA. And opponents are hitting a paltry 160.
Well, not only is it Aroldis Chapman, it's a collection of talented young men who have gone in ideal situations, and I think that's certainly worth noting. You know, I was looking at some of the reliever numbers just the other day, and, you know, you look at how some bullpens are overexposed. The way that this Cubs team has played this year, there's been a bit of a formula, Cappy. You know, usually this team is out in front, we're getting great starts, and you're not overexposing your bullpen too often, and it's really what it's come down to. There's been a couple moments this year, but when you get into a pretty good routine and guys start to connect, knowing what their roles are supposed to be, what spots they're going to be in, they're going to find success. There's enough talent down there to ultimately get it done, but I really do believe the way Joe Madden has managed this bullpen, in my mind, really leads us to why we're seeing such strong numbers.
All right, a good sign is Joe Smith's resurgence. In the first 6 games he pitched with the Cubs after being acquired by the Angels, ERA an awful 7.36, brutal. But in his last 3 outings since coming off the DL, 4 shutout innings, no hits, no walks, a hit batter, and 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, fun to see Joe Smith at his best. Now, this guy was one of the best relievers in the game over in the American League there for a little while. Now, he's just a little bit off that fastball, but look at all of the late movement that you're seeing. This is what Joe does. He's got gifts down there. He's unique. And I think that...
Love the funk.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, you know, it's a little bit different. I mean, he'll throw that little upshoot at you occasionally, and you see the slider breaking, that little knuckle curve that he throws there as well. I mean, he can make a ball dance from down under, and it's good to see because he's a different option that you have in that bullpen, considering you've got a lot of firm 95, 97 guys from the right side, Aroldis Chapman from the left side. He is kind of that little X factor, and again, he's doing so many good things right now that I would honestly say that about 2 weeks ago, we may not have thought, well, what's Joe Smith going to do? Is he going to be part of this or not? He was brought in to do something and be that unique guy or that X factor that I just said. He's proving it now. So, again, he's opening up eyes, and I think he's making a good push at the right time.
All right, we know how good Javi Baez's defense is, and part of that is applying tags on stolen base attempts. With him, it seems there's no matter where the ball is thrown, there's always a chance to tag out a runner.
Well, it's impressive. Cappy, let me tell you something last night. He's so good. My 14-year-old said to me, Dad, my Ty says to me last night, how does he do it? It's absolutely amazing to me. He takes bad throws. What he does is ultimately he catches the ball on the bag, and he's able to secure it, and he's so quick with his hands that he applies it. A lot of guys are trained to pick out the particular hop, but Javi is so gifted, and he's so quick that he doesn't have to go get the hop sometimes or go get the throw or wait. He just meets it at the bag and then is able to squeeze the glove and apply the tag. It's so fun to watch. He's so quick, and he's saved so many outs at second base. I mean, how many times are you like, well, that guy said he's out, and then you go back and look at it and think there's no way he's out, and you realize how quick he is, catching and tagging almost at the exact same time. It is a gift.
All right, let's look at the Cubs lineup brought to you by our great partners at Wrigleyville Sports. Here's the lineup card Joe Madden will trot out to home plate with. Dexter Fowler back in center. Ben Zobrist at second. Rizzo over at first. Soler cleans up. He's in left. Tommy La Stella gets to start at third. Chris Bryant taking the night off. Jason Hayward in right. Miggy Montero's catching. Javi is the shortstop in the 8th spot, and the pitcher, Jason Hamill, with a really respectable batting average.
Yeah, I fielded a lot of lefties tonight going up against Willie Peralta. That's the obvious. You see Jorge Soler highlighted right there. 300 batting average, 3 runs, double, a homer, 4 RBIs against the Brewers this season. What's important to know here is that he's starting to peak at the right time, and he's starting to be predictably productive. That's what you want to see, and he's factoring into that conversation. Hey, everybody, all Cubs fans, you remember what he did last postseason. You know Jorge Soler is one of our answers and needs to be hot here in September. Well, he's starting to prove that as the bats continue to get better. He's coming up with big hits, big spots, as I always like to say, and he's proving to be some of that right-handed power that we need in the lineup.
Joe has said to Dexter Fowler, you go, we go. And that is the case with the Cubs center fielder. In 97 plate appearances, leading off a ball game, Fowler is hitting a robust .398 and OBP of .480. Those numbers, ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was my MVP after May. He's been that kind of player, both sides of the plate. He's been kind of in a little thing here lately. I know he's kind of working his way out of it. Back in the lineup again tonight, so good to see that get going. But you realize how important he is to this team setting the table. We talk about what Anthony Rizzo and Chris Bryant have been looking at all year. Well, it's basically Dexter Fowler on base. He's got power, he's got speed, he's got great presence at the dish. Doesn't strike out a ton. Honestly, a lot of his strikeouts are when he's taking pitches because, again, he watches so many. And, again, he really sets the table and does so many good things. I was thinking back just the other day to that 13-pitch at-bat that started off a game and kind of got things in motion. He does that. He knows how to wear down a pitcher. He knows how to let the ball get deep and foul off 2 strike pitches. He puts it all together. He's been so valuable to this team. And to think we go all the way back to spring training and he just walked into camp and said, here I am, guys, and it worked
back.
Out.
All right. Time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. And today we're looking at the National League home run leaders. Chris Bryant enters today's game tied with Colorado's Nolan Arenado for the league lead with 36. Coming in third, Milwaukee's Chris Carter, who has homered in 3 straight ball games. Comcast Business, built for business. All right, Carter Little pop in his bat, went deep yesterday.
Well, he's got more than a little pop in his bat. This guy's got easy power. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. Now, the thing with Carter is that the strikeouts typically pile up, and he's got usually a low batting average. He does take his walks, but he is a pure slugger, a pure power hitter. Here's what you need to know. 22 of his 33 homers this year have been hit in Milwaukee. I mean, look at that right there. Hey, Cappy, top hands off the bat. Not too many people get to do that very often. For me right there, that's a pop-up to the second baseman. That's how big and strong this young man is. So again, be careful. Do not want to make pitches. He doesn't always hit high velocity very, very well. But again, if you make a mistake with an off-speed pitch out over the plate, or you make a mistake with a lazy fastball, he will make you pay, and it will be something to watch.
The home run that he hit yesterday, it's literally, here you are.
Yeah, well, he was fooled a little bit on the velocity, and so he just unbelievable. He basically hit a one-arm home run.
All right, here's the Brewers lineup for manager Craig Counsell. Jonathan VR, who was none too pleased yesterday during the ball game. Kirk Neuenhuis, Ryan Braun is in left field. You've got Perez, Chris Carter, Domingo Santana, Orlando Arcia, Martin Maldonado, and Willie Peralta. Let's talk about Chris Carter. The average is down. He's not a great defender. He's okay. But his power, prodigious.
Absolutely. And, again, he's homered in 3 straight ball games coming into this one, so be careful of Chris Carter. The other person that I would point out would be Ryan Braun. 3 homers against Jason Hamill in his career. Again, we know what he can do. We've watched it for an awful lot of time, a lot of years here. Make sure you keep your eye on Braun, keep your eye on Carter and Neuenhuis. My goodness gracious, such awkward splits this year. He's absolutely ripped the cover off the ball. In Milwaukee on the road, he's been an absolute nightmare. But again, he has had major production against the Cubs team this year. So those are the 3 guys you really want to kind of key on in this Brewers lineup. Hopefully control them and make sure they don't have too much impact.
All right, one more time out on Cubs Pregame Live presented by the Field Auto Group. When we come back, we'll each pick our key performers, and we'll get Holly's keys to the game as the Cubs and the Brewers continue their series up in Milwaukee.
Great time for a shiny floor wax, no? Not if you just put the finishing touches on your latest masterpiece. Timing's important. Comcast Business knows that. That's why you can schedule an installation at a time that works for you, even late at night or on the weekend if that's what you need, because you have enough to worry about. I did not see that coming.
Don't deal with disruptions. Get better internet installed on your schedule. Comcast Business, built for business.
In case you need anything, just give me a call. Thank you.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one. From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
Why fly O'Hare when you could fly NJet? NJet, Chicagoland's choice of jet charter service. Just drive up, take off. For a quote, visit n-jet.com or call 888-FLY-NJET.
You fly into the studio every day, isn't it?
Every day, baby. Welcome back to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. Let's take a look at the National League wild card standings entering tonight's action. Cubs, of course, they hang on to home field, would get the wild card winner. Giants lead the way, half game up on the Cardinals, who hold the second wild spot. Mets now just a game out of the playoffs. Pirates 4.5 back, and the Marlins have slipped to 5 games out. How do you see that thing shaking out?
Yeah, Cardinals and Mets right now are your two hot teams. Pirates have lost 7 in a row, including at PNC. They're really struggling right now. That was started from the Cubs, by the way. The Giants struggling miserably as well. They're actually closer to this wild card conversation. We'll see where it goes, but your two hot teams right now are the Cardinals and the Mets.
All right, time for our Fields Auto Group keys to the game. Take it away, Holly.
All right, pretty important to zone him up tonight. Really talking Willie Peralta. Now here, we were just talking about Kyle Hendricks, and I talked about how he would frustrate you. Now, what Willie Peralta wants to do is, well, I used to say it in terms like he wants to bully you. Why? Well, he throws 97 miles an hour. He's got a really, really hard slider. But you watch all these pitches right here, right? They're out of the zone. That's the key to Willie Peralta. You've got to zone him up. I mean, you got to be on your toes. He's throwing 97 miles an hour, but if you're going to expand, he's going to eat your lunch. You don't want that to happen. The Cubs have been good about this, but certainly important to mention that if Willie Peralta is out on the mound, you got to get him out over the plate. Most of these pitches are not pitchers' pitches, and again, he's expanding the zone. You cannot do that. Carter and Braun, really, to me tonight, are the two guys that you got to key on in this lineup. Obviously, Neuenhuis as well. He's had good numbers, but Carter's homered in 3 straight games. You do not want to see his impact. Braun has got 3 homers against Jason Hamill in his career in 19 at-bats. That's important to mention as well, so he's had that kind of success. And you look at how this Brewers team typically operates, they hit home runs. Third and final one is attention to the details. And really, I'm just mentioning this just because I know how important it is. I talked to David Ross just a couple days ago, and it's important to him, too, seeing visually how that is. It's the way that you play. This has never been an issue, really, with the Cubs other than a couple moments we've had this year. Not a big deal, but again, something that you want to stay on top of. You got a few different guys in there today, but those attention to details, and really I'm speaking about the defense. You saw the Brewers yesterday. I mean, holy cow, a cascade of errors all over the place.
All right, time for our key performers. You have a 20-14 lead on me for the season.
I'm going to let you bet 2 on this one.
All right,
I'll
take a double.
All right, well, you got me going on Dexter Fowler. You put those great numbers out there. I'm going to go Dexter Fowler. He's going to bust out of it. He's going to bust out of it today with a great performance.
I'm going to go Anthony Rizzo. He's got a track record of success.
Yes, he does.
Big time. So I'll go Anthony Rizzo, playing for 2 here. All right, I'll see you on the post game. Thanks for watching Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. Cubs baseball coming up next.
Is price important? You bet it is. Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group.
It's the best price. You know it's the right price.
A low price and a whole lot more, like our Fields amenities that include free loaners, free car washes, and our Fields cafes.
Those other things are just perks, extras. It's not like it's built into the price.
Exactly. A low price and Fields amenities at no additional charge.
I got more car for the money.
It's what we do. Fields matters because you matter.
Hey, how's it going? Hotcakes? Hotcakes.
This place has hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
So why aren't they selling like hotcakes? With Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi Pro, they could be. Just add a customized message to your Wi-Fi Pro splash page, and you'll reach your customers where their eyes are already, on their devices. Order up. It's more than just Wi-Fi. It can help grow your business. You don't see that every day.
Introducing Wi-Fi Pro. Wi-Fi that helps grow your business. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Right now at Menards, over 180 LED fight bulbs are on sale. This dimmable LED flood bulb replaces a 65-watt incandescent. A 2-pack is $7.99 after rebate. Coordinate the lighting throughout your home with the new Burnell collection from Hunter. The semi-flush ceiling light has a sanded bronze finish in clear seated glass. It's only $59. Or get this 5-light chandelier for $119 during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
Pat Hughes reporting from Wrigleyville Sports, where the excitement is building. Devin is getting a new home white jersey customized while he waits. He'll be ready for game action in no time. Ashley is having fun taking selfies in her new Cubs t-shirt. Fits like a glove. Colin is testing out a new bat. Get out the tape measure, long gone. Across the street from Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville Sports is your one-stop shop for everything Cubs. Open 7 days a week or anytime at WrigleyvilleSports.com.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. A blistering hot night here in early September in Milwaukee, and the roof is open. And we're set for Cubs baseball. The Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers, Game 2 of a 3-game series. And welcome to Cubs baseball. Jim DeShays, Len Casper with you. Cubs a 7-2 winner yesterday, but it was a pretty tight game until the Cubs broke away late.
Yeah, a late rally made a winner out of Kyle Hendricks in the ball game yesterday. Chris Coughlin came off the bench, got 2 hits, drove in 3. And this has been a trend for the Cubs lately, doing a lot of damage late in ball games. They've obviously had the winning touch against this Milwaukee club. They really dominated the series against the Brewers the last couple of seasons.
It's good to see those part-time guys, Coughlin, Stella, Montero, who gets another start tonight, have done some fine work.
Yeah, really pushing hard. Everybody wants to be a piece of the action in the postseason. You see what the Cubs have done. 7th inning or later, over the last 8 ball games, they scored 16 runs, batting .291.
Cubs magic numbers down to 10. Jason Hamill will get the ball for them tonight. Willie Peralta, interesting year he's had. He was the Brewers opening day starter and then demoted in June after a very rough start. So the Cubs dominating this season series. They have now taken 6 in a row against the Brewers. They'll try to make it 7 straight when we return. Cubs and Brewers, Game 2.
It's the final days of the Ford Freedom Sales Event, and the deals just got better. Just announced 0% financing plus $500 Labor Day cash across the entire 2016 Ford lineup. And specially tagged vehicles get an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash. Freedom from interest and freedom to choose with Ford, America's best-selling brand. I'm free, baby. Hurry, get 0% for $72 and $500 Labor Day cash across the entire Ford lineup. Plus specially tagged vehicles get another $1,000 smart bonus cash.
I'm a big fan of my Bank of America mobile banking app. I can manage my accounts, deposit checks, get alerts, pay my bills, and more. I'm a big fan of this team, too. In fact, I tried out to be the mascot. Apparently, I'm overqualified. I do not have an overbite.
One swing can be the ultimate game changer.
Jones with a high drive to left field.
And at T-Mobile, we know how to change the game for good. We've doubled our LTE coverage, and our extended range LTE is 4 times stronger in buildings than before. But we didn't stop there. With T-Mobile, you can stream baseball free without using your data on MLB TV. T-Mobile, that's Major League coverage.
As the pennant races heat up, quench your baseball thirst by watching Bases Loaded on CSN. Join host Layla Rahimi for a half hour of Cubs and Sox talk, including team-by-team analysis, features, and more. Don't miss Bases Loaded tomorrow at 6:30 on CSN.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan, back in our downtown Chicago studios, back out to Milwaukee for first pitch in just a couple of minutes. In college football, Notre Dame has dropped from number 9 to number 21 in the coaches poll after Sunday night's OT loss to Texas. Irish, one of 3 top 10 teams that lose in week 1. Oklahoma, LSU also lose. Alabama remains number 1 overall. Bears have released their initial depth chart ahead of Sunday's season opener against the Texans on Sunday. Newly signed Josh Sitton listed as the starter at left guard. Ted Larson is the starting center. With Cody Whitehair listed as the backup at center. Alshon Jeffrey, Kevin White are the two starting wide receivers. Eddie Royal listed as the top punt returner. And Comcast Sportsnet, your home for Bears coverage all week long. Chris Bowden, Dan Jiggets kick off our coverage Wednesday at 4:30 on Bears Huddle. Thursday at 4:30 it's Bears Blitz. Sunday at 11, join Chris, Jim Miller, Alex Brown, and Lance Briggs for Bears pregame live. After the game, we go live inside the locker room on Bears postgame live. Sunday at 10:30, Dave Wanstead drops by the studio for Inside the Huddle. That is going to do it from our downtown Chicago studios. Todd Hollandsworth joins me after the final out on the postgame show. Stay tuned. Cubs baseball coming up next right here at CSN+.
Out to Vegas for the weekend. Just roll those dice.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Would anybody ever ask what I wanted to be when I grew up? It was always I wanted to be in the Army.
Her dreams turned to nightmares on a fateful day in 2004.
It's something you imagine out of a movie. You know, someone's laying there, and it was me at this time.
Now, an American hero hopes to fulfill her improbable Olympic dream.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
A CSN original, Red, White, and True, airs tomorrow at 10.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Kia dealers. Visit mykiachicago.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Miller Park. Hot night. Night after Labor Day, and the minor league season, the regular seasons, ended yesterday. So a lot of teams around baseball making a second wave of roster moves, and the Cubs adding 5 to their roster. Hector Rondon, not related to what we just mentioned, is activated from the 15-day DL today. Albert Almora Jr., Spencer Patton, Munenori Kawasaki, and Tim Fedorovich are up from AAA Iowa. Pretty decent chance we'll see Hector pitch at some point tonight. They'll try to ease him back in, won't overwork him, or really any of the pitchers if they can help it here down the stretch. Cubs' magic number is 10 as they look for win number 90. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Fowler back in the lineup along with Zobrist. Rizzo, Soler playing left. No Chris Bryant, no Addison Russell. They get the night off, at least to start the game. LaStella's at third. Hayward is in right. He played center yesterday. Miguel Montero gets back-to-back starts. Javier Baez will play short for Russell, and Jason Hamill, the pitcher, bats ninth.
The Brewers defensively brought to you by Arby's. That's the Cubs. That's how the Cubs are going to line up here this evening. The Brewers have Braun, Neuenhuis, Santana covering the outfield here at Miller Park. VR Arcia, Hernan Perez, Chris Carter, third to first. Martin Maldonado is behind the plate. The Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is 27-year-old right-hander Willie Peralta, 5-9 with a 5.53 ERA. Their opening day starter just really struggled mightily, was sent down to the minor leagues in June. He has come back up and made 5 starts here in August and thrown the ball well. Got an ERA of 3 over his last 5. So, which Willie Peralta are we going to see here tonight?
Here are your umpires. Will Little calls balls and strikes. Chad Whitson is at first. The crew chief Jerry Meals at second, and Ron Culpa is at third.
Well, one of the things you notice about Peralta in his recent starts, his velocity's up a little bit. He's always had a good arm for a guy who can go mid-90s and sometimes flash 99 miles per hour. He's never been a big strikeout pitcher, but lately he's getting more swings and misses. He likes to run that two-seam fastball away from the lefties. Has a slider and a changeup. A couple of years ago, he was a 17-game winner, and he appeared to be a guy on the rise. 27 years of age. But the last couple of seasons, it's been a real rough go for him.
The leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. If Dexter Fowler gets a hit here, Binny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. And we are underway. '89 degrees. 2 bouncer to Carter. Peralta over to cover, and he beats Fowler. 1 away. Yeah, it has been a weird year, to say the least, for Peralta. You mentioned how he has been pretty good since returning. He was their opening day starter. And in early June, after 13 starts, he had a major league worst 6.68 ERA. So he was sent down to AAA. Wasn't very good there. Made 10 starts, had a 6.31, and the only reason he was brought back was timing. Junior Guerra went on the disabled list, and it was Peralta's night to pitch at Colorado Springs. So he took that start, and he has just kept the position. The 1-0 to Ben Zobrist. Outside 2-0. Ben's not hitting, but he is taking his walks. 1 for 22 over his last 8 games, but has walked 9 times. In the air to deep right, way back, and caught on the track by Santana. Here's Rizzo with 2 outs.
Well, this is certainly a matchup worth keeping your eye on tonight. Anthony, 14 out of 28. Do the quick math. That's a .500 batting average, and 5 of those 14 hits have left the ballpark.
Yeah, this has been his best matchup against any pitcher in baseball. Deep left, back toward the wall. Gone! 15 hits, 6 home runs off Peralta, the most off any pitcher he's faced. Peralta can't get him out.
Yeah, I dare say that Peralta loses sleep when contemplating a matchup with Anthony Rizzo the way this is played out. And Rizzo, wasting no time, jumps on that first offering for home run number 27. Your Ford home run replay. Not many the other way for Anthony. But it's a good game plan against the 2-seam offerings from Peralta, that running fastball that moves away from the lefty. And you see it tumbling down and away instead of trying to pull it. The big fella just rides it on out of here.
Swing and a miss by Soler. Cubs grab an early lead. 27 homers for Rizzo, 94 knocked in. And he found out earlier today he is the Cubs Roberto Clemente Award nominee. Starting tomorrow, you can vote for Anthony Rizzo. Hashtag vote Rizzo. If you tweet that to @MLB or go to the Cubs Facebook page. Soler in the air to shallow center. Paris from the second base position makes the catch right in front of Neuenhuis to end the inning. Jason Hamill will take the ball with a 1-0 lead when we come back.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
My Allen USB port, the USB port that looks suspiciously like a sofa. It's probably the best looking USB port ever and only $7.99. Plug in your devices and binge watch in extreme comfort with my Bobopedic seating. Plus dual power recliners and dual power headrests. Get the USB port that looks suspiciously like a sofa or the one that looks like a console love seat in dark chocolate or light brown. Each only $7.99. Untouchable and only at my Bob's Discount Furniture.
I've been thinking, this might be the one thing in the world you pull apart to come together.
New Papa John's Cinnamon Pull-Aparts covered with cinnamon crumble and sweet cream cheese icing. Try our new cinnamon pull-aparts for just $6.
Hey, Papa John's.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
Let's get the Brewers starting lineup brought to you by Southwest, written out by manager Craig Counsell. VR playing third. Neuenhuis in center has been really good against the Cubs and at home overall. Ryan Braun hit his 25th yesterday. Perez will clean up. Chris Carter has homered in 3 straight. Domingo Santana gets the start at right. Arcia, the rookie shortstop, bats 7th ahead of Martin Maldonado and Willie Peralta.
Cubs defensively brought to you by Arby's. Soler, Fowler, Hayward in the outfield. La Stella, Baez, Zobrist, Rizzo. A little different look on the infield tonight. Montero behind the plate. Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher. Jason Hamill. Not perfect, but awfully darn good against the Milwaukee Brewers in his career. 10-1 with a 2.50 earned run average against the boys from Beer City.
VR in the air, deep left center, and that one will go. Hot night, and the ball is flying. It's 1-1. 2 pitches in.
VR, a talented young player, has speed and power. That's his 13th home run this year. Rizzo gets a 2-seam fastball and rides it out of here. A little bit left of center.
Interrupted their dinner. Bunted by Neuenhuis. It's perfect. And Montero won't even make a throw. We talk about do-overs, and you don't get any in this game.
And probably the best thing there is Jason just didn't try to make a heroic play. That was just a perfect bunt by Neuenhuis. Sometimes you get into trouble. You try to make a play there, and you could airmail that ball down the right field line. And Neuenhuis might end up at third base. So he's on first. Jason Hamill's on the mound for the 27th time, 14-7. With a 3.14 ERA. Talked about the good work he's done against the Brewers. In this ballpark, he's 6-1 with a 2.32 earned run average.
Facing Ryan Braun. Hit his 25th home run. Leading off the bottom of the ninth yesterday.
Now, Braun's got good numbers against Jason. 9 out of 27 with 3 home runs. Covers everything. You know, maybe a little vulnerable down and in. Handles the ball up, handles the ball away very well. Has good power to the opposite field. If you spin it in the zone, that's the one he'll hit with authority to the pull side.
That gets by Montero and allows Neuenhuis to advance to second. A wild pitch.
Spike that fastball. Tough pitch to handle.
Base hit, center field. Neuenhuis is going to be set. Here's the throw by Fowler, and it's late. And it's 2-1 Milwaukee. 3 consecutive hits greeting Jason Hamill.
Home run, perfect bunt, line drive single for Ryan Braun to give the Brewers the lead. 6 pitches in. So that slider down and away, and Braun all over it. So talking about that spin that stays in the zone. It wasn't a real bad pitch, but a pitch that we've seen Braun handle time and time again.
Rodon Perez playing second, so Scooter Gennett out of their lineup tonight. Now, Keon Broxton was talking with Craig Counsell before the game. He said his lineups at this point in the season are not all about matchups. He said if you take the pitcher and catcher out of the mix, because Maldonado plays most days, he said I've got 9 guys for 7 spots. So it's Broxton and Gennett on the bench this evening.
It might be the most right-handed team in baseball, both their position players and their pitchers.
Runner goes, ground ball through the hole. Braun will make third. 4 consecutive hits.
Braun in motion. That's the other piece with this Brewer club. They like to run.
Some early trouble for Hamill, and now Chris Carter hit his 33rd home run of the year yesterday.
Yeah, so the Brewers have Neuenhuis in the lineup tonight, a left-handed batter. Scooter Gennett, the only other left-handed batter on their club. They do have VR, who's a switch hitter, and they have 1 left-handed pitcher.
That is pretty right-handed. Craig Counsell, the manager, left-handed hitter. They might need him. Ball 1. Was off Kyle Hendricks, the only run Kyle allowed, in fact. Bernie got to go down that slide a couple of times, but the Cubs won the game 7-2.
Jason on the road this year, 5-6 with a 4.65 ERA. At home, he has a 1.77, so big differential between the home and road ERAs for Hamill.
Cubs have 11 relievers available. Brewers have 13. Cubs have dominated this season's series. 10-3. They've won 6 straight. They've now beaten the Brewers 22 out of the last 26 meetings. Going back to last year.
Big pitch coming here early on. 2 in, 2 on, 2 balls to a dangerous hitter.
3-0.
Jason really out of sync with his delivery now.
It's Domingo Santana on deck. Runner goes from first, base is loaded. That's ball 4.
Starting to sense a Chris Bosio visit here. Could be on the agenda pretty soon. So Jason, his last start was at Wrigley against the Pirates. He went 6 innings, allowed 3 hits, 1 run. This is his 6th consecutive start at home, allowing 1 run or fewer. His last 2 road starts, the one in LA where he got pulled early, 2 1/3, and the previous one was in Colorado when he allowed 10 runs and 3 1/3.
Santana, the right fielder, takes a curveball up and in.
Yeah, he's just having a hard time finishing those breaking pitches, both the slider and the curveball.
Well, put yourself in Chris Bosio's shoes. I mean, what do you say here?
Yeah, you say, all right, man, you're 1 pitch from turning this thing around. Get yourself a ground ball here. We'll get a double play, clean things up a little bit. Stay back, get on top. Trying to put a little positive thought in his head mechanically, maybe. Here's what I'm seeing from the dugout. Looks to me like you're flying open a little bit. Just drive that ball down in the zone.
Santana's had an injury-plagued season. 2 DL stints, shoulder and elbow. And he lines one into left. They're going to try to score 2, and they will. And it's 4-1. Braun and Perez are in. Santana with a 2-run single. Still nobody up in the bullpen.
Still thinking it might be a long night. Going for the coffee.
First and second, 4-1. Here's Arcia, the shortstop. 7th Brewer to bat here in the first inning. And he fouls out of play.
Usually it's the road team trying to take the home crowd out of it, but here it's the home team trying to take the road crowd out of the game. There's so many Cub fans here in Milwaukee.
I need to process that thought for a minute. But yeah, I think I got it. 1 ball, 1 strike. I don't know. Did you mention it? That Hamels 10-1 against the Brewers?
Yes. I mean,
14 career starts. He's had their number, but not so far.
In this ballpark, 6-1 with a 232.
Another ball hit hard. La Stella can only knock it down, and everybody's safe. That ball might have actually hit his leg.
Yeah, sharply. Everything's up. Fastballs are up in the zone. Breaking pitches are up out of the zone.
Guessing that'll be an error on La Stella. And it is an error on Tommy. Still nobody out. And I see some stretching out in the bullpen now. Maldonado with the bases loaded. This will be the first out. Carter's going to tag as Soler in left center makes the catch. Here's the throw late. 5-1. Sacrifice fly Maldonado. First 5 hitters in the Brewer lineup have all scored.
And Cedar, the third base coach, with some words for Peralta in this bunting situation.
Probably the happiest man in the building. Brewers starting pitcher now with a 4-run lead. Peralta homered earlier this year as he swings and misses.
Rizzo didn't flinch, and that was the conversation I'm sure Cedar had with him. Is look, Rizzo really aggressively defends the bunt. If you see him encroaching, if you want to, go ahead and pull it back and take a swing.
Gets away, runners move up. Another wild pitch. Everybody in now. And the 1-1 to the plate, swing and a miss. 1-2. VR, who homered to lead off the inning, is on deck. Hit was June 11th with Logan Barrett of the Mets. 080 lifetime. Slicing drive right field. Hayward will not get there, but it is foul.
that was a silver lining kind of comment right there. It's not your night when you're having a hard time putting away the 080 hitting pitcher.
Swing and a miss. 2 down.
This is Jason's 4th start against the Brewers this year. Seven shutout against them back on August 16th.
First pitch swinging in the air down the third base line, and a good effort by La Stella and Baez. Neither can make the play. Second pitch of Hamels' night over the bullpen. There it is. 1-1. Two more in scoring position.
Somebody's coughing up here.
Gotta hit the right button.
Let's just start everything over again.
Button says cough. You're supposed to hit
the wrong box. They changed boxes.
For that kind of inning, hasn't it? 1-2. Left field in the corner and caught by Soler. Finally over. After 1. Brewers 5, Cubs 1.
I'm Jamie Foxx for Verizon. In the nation's largest independent study by Root Metrics, again, Verizon is the #1 network.
Hi, I'm Jamie Foxx for Sprint. And I'm Jamie Foxx for T-Mobile. And we're just as good.
Really? Only Verizon was ranked #1 nationally in data, reliability, text and call, and speed. Yeah. And you're gonna fist pump to that?
Don't get limited by an unlimited plan. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data for just $160 with 4 lines. All on America's best network.
Find the right Hunter ceiling fan for your home at Menards. Menards has the largest stock selection of Hunter ceiling fans compared to any home center. With a Hunter ceiling fan, you can count on quality craftsmanship and inspired design to create that perfect feeling in every room. Get this 46-inch Acadia ceiling fan in a brushed nickel finish for $119. Or get this 60-inch Rock Ledge ceiling fan for $149 now during the Menard Days sale.
Save big money at Menards.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and Blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
A reminder, Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm.
Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Yeah, Zach Greinke making his return to L.A., and his old mates did not treat him very kindly. He hit 5 home runs, including 4 in 1 inning. 9 hits, 8 earned runs allowed by the righty.
How about Brian Dozier? He has homered again tonight. He hit 3 last night. He's hit 31 over his last 66 games. So as rough a year as it's been for the Minnesota Twins, Dozier is having quite a second half. He's got 39 now on the season. Listella bounces toward third, foul. Ooh, nice play over there by VR. But it doesn't count. And the Marlins activated Giancarlo Stanton, which surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, when he first got hurt, it looked like he was going to be done for the year.
Cardinals have tied the National League record with a 25-game home run streak. Yadier Molina hit a grand slam in the first. 5-2, they lead the fading Pirates in the 5th. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
This is the Cubs' first look at Peralta this year in his career. 3-7 with a .409 earned run average against the Cubs. Yeah, the 39 home runs for Dozier, an American League record for a second baseman. Surpassing Alfonso Soriano.
The Major League record, Davey Johnson hit 43 for the Atlanta Braves in 1973, and on Dozier's pace, he should easily break that. One and one on Jason Hayward. A topper right side, charged by Perez. Glove to glove as Carter at the bag. That was a nifty play. Carter had just gotten to the base when that ball was on its way.
Yeah, Carter not was fleet of foot, so he had to be quick to react. The good news is that toss right up there was easy for him to grab it. Changed the Stella error to a base hit.
So RC is 1 for 1. Montero takes ball 1. Miguel making consecutive starts for the first time since late July. Cubs have 4 catchers now on the roster, with Tim Fedorovich coming up from AAA. 2 for 3 yesterday. Big double in the 8th to start the game-winning rally. And the 1-1 is low. Cubs have some work to do to come back and win this one. With their next victory, it will make for their 24th 90-win season in team history, and first back-to-back 90-win seasons. Deep drive, that one could go, and it will. 5-2.
Yeah, this game not over by a long shot with the Cubs lineup in this ballpark the way it's playing here tonight. And Peralta, although he has been good of late, as we've noted, he's still a guy who came into this one with an ERA of 5.53 and opponent batting average of 3.20. So hang on. A lot of baseball yet to be played. Montero's done a lot of good work in this direction lately. This time it leaves the yard. Number 6 for Miguel. There's your Ford home run replay.
So a couple of 2-out homers for the Cubs. Rizzo and Montero. And now it's Javier Baez. The Cubs last won 90 times in consecutive seasons. 1928, 29, and 30. So their next win would mean back-to-back 90-win seasons for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, well, they're doing a lot of things. You know, it hasn't happened since 1945. Hasn't happened since 1908.
On the ground, right to the second baseman, Perez, exactly where he was playing. Miguel Montero started this series at under 200 when he's had 3 hits.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
Honda knows in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear view camera, text message reader, and dual zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord. With a redesigned body to match. Nothing compares to a Honda. The restyled Accord, the best-selling car in America.
Mr. Lover, now Mr. Lover. She call me Mr. Bombastic, tell me fantastic. Touch me on me back, she says I'm Mr. Romantic. Call me fantastic, touch me on me back, she says
You live life your way.
Smooth.
We can help you retire your way too. Financial guidance while you're mastering life. From Chase, so you can.
No take me fin no fill.
This is Coach Q at the new Benny's Beverage Depot in Lincolnwood. You should have seen this place 3 months ago. Today it's the largest wine, spirits, and beer superstore on the North Shore. As they say, if you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Welcome back, folks. The best availability for tickets during the final homestand of the regular season is the Reds Series. That will be September 19th, 20th, and 21st. Don't miss your chance to catch a game at beautiful Wrigley Field. Visit Cubs.com to get your tickets.
Miguel Montero, the home run at the top of this inning. Cubs trail 5-2. Jason Hamill will try to clean the slate here. Facing Neuenhuis, Braun, and Perez, and a breaking ball is outside for ball one.
Needs a little barrel avoidance.
Soler in left. Bring up Braun.
I got money that I saved and I'm back on road. Yeah, my jewelry is saved.
Big crowd tonight, not quite a sellout like yesterday. Definitely more Cub fans here yesterday than tonight on a holiday. Pitch. Fouled out of play. Missed just off the outside corner.
That's good miss, though. Down a little bit off the outside corner. First inning, the fastball was out over the plate and up consistently.
Deep right. Hayward at the wall to leap the catch. He's got it. Hope he's all right. He jumped a little bit before he got to the wall. I don't think that ball was going to get out, but certainly extra bases. And Hayward makes the grab.
It's a round of applause from his pitcher. Jason, it's a hot, steamy night. He's already given up 5. You're out there just yelling,
Ooh.
"Stay in here, stay in here."
He's
only does it
closer.
stay in the park, but Hayward makes the play for him.
Closer to the top of the wall than I thought. Bullpen loves it. Perez with like a practice golf swing on strike one. Play was not quite exactly the same, but it does remind me of Reed Johnson taking away a Prince Fielder grand slam in this ballpark a few years ago. Up there and right. Ground ball into center for a 2-out single. Perez 2 for 2.
Yeah, he's been a very good story for the Brewers this year. Former Tiger. Starting to emerge. Another one of those guys like VR. Decent power, good speed. He's stolen 28 bases this year. He's only been caught 4 times. Versatile guy. Play the infield and the outfield.
Carter walked and scored in the first. Check on the runner. Montgomery, the lefty, Cubs' 6th starter, will get the ball tomorrow night. So with the off day on Thursday, this next time through, everybody's going to get a couple of extra days of rest. Swing and a miss, strike one.
Just semantics, but Mike would probably prefer if we said he's one of the 6 starters the Cubs are using as opposed to the 6th starter.
Sure. We can go with that.
Don't relegate me, man. Brewers steal more bases than any team in Major League Baseball. 153 steals for Milwaukee. VR leads the way with 51. Perez will run. Broxton on the bench tonight. Very good. Braun has been running this year.
There he goes. And he's safe. With 29. One little thing he did that I like, with 2 outs, there's no reason to look back. Right? Just run.
Yeah.
If you hear contact, you can locate the ball, but no sense in slowing yourself down. And a pretty good chance that Carter was going to take, not afraid to take pitches. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, I suspect that Perez and many of these Brewer base runners have a green light from Craig Counsell. It's a situation where there's a fair amount of risk in running with a home run hitter in the batter's box, a struggling pitcher on the mound.
He struck him out. It's good sliders in that sequence. Jason Hayward helping out his pitcher. Terrific leaping grab at the wall in right to rob Ryan Braun. 5-2 Milwaukee after 2.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin, legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Ankin Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-MILLION.
The Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation and the Bono family have teamed up to knock cancer out of the park. Order your Italian beef the Rizzo way, and Bono will donate to my charity. I'm proud to be working with the Cubs and the Bono family, 2 Chicago originals.
Order it the Rizzo way at your local Bono restaurant.
Here come the last of the 2016s.
I love this part. Stylish Prius, sporty Camry, fun Corolla, adventurous RAV4, they're all here, but not for long.
The final days of Toyota's annual clearance event are going on now. Get 0% APR on 11 of Toyota's most popular models like the 2016 Camry, Corolla, or RAV4.
Come in and get the 2016 Toyota you want before they are gone.
Toyota, let's go places.
Don't just break the monotony. Make sure nobody can put it back together again. Go all Humpty Dumpty on it.
Wednesday, September 21st, the Cubs welcome students, alumni, and fans of the Big Ten. Fans who buy tickets through the special group nights page will receive a special edition Cubs scarf in their favorite Big Ten school colors. Also a chance to throw out a first pitch for one lucky individual. Cubs.com/special group nights.
Santana makes the catch. Hamill is retired. I guess this has been Zobrist's home run inning, right?
2 outs home run, 2 outs home run.
Fowler can get on base if he'd like, but he was off yesterday. Zobrist did not start, got into the game later. Tonight it's Bryant and Russell. Anthony Rizzo might get tomorrow night off.
Yeah, I think Joe here in the last couple of weeks of the regular season, going to start resting guys a little bit more frequently. Serves two purposes. Gives the everyday guys rest, and it keeps the bench guys involved.
Could not give Rizzo a night off tonight, though, right? Against Peralta.
No, that would be.
Wouldn't think of it.
Joe would be in his office duct taped and locked in. Anthony would be making adjustments to the lineup card.
One of the call-ups, Albert Almora Jr. Great to see him. A couple of weeks on the DL with Iowa with a thumb contusion, but gave him a little extra time at home with newborn. Two the count on Fowler. Three and two. So Almora has made his major league debut. He's gotten married and he's a dad. Quite a 2016. Love to add a World Series ring to that fun narrative. Ball four. First walk issued by Peralta. Now Zobrist.
Who's that guy again? All right. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Here comes your home run prediction. I am so high maintenance tonight. It's unbelievable.
So our headsets are connected to this box that isn't connected to the truck downstairs, and JD's was not working particularly well. It looks like this. So we have a spare. So they plugged him into the spare one, and he keeps hitting the other box when he wants to clear his throat.
Yeah. It's a game of adjustments, Len.
It is.
You got to be able to adjust. Plus, the other box says JD on it, and this one says spare, so I automatically go to the JD one.
Why wouldn't you? Pass, Carter actually deflected it, and it'll get in the right. Zobrist with a single, and here comes Rizzo.
And Carter not deflected that ball. Chance that Perez makes a play to Peralta covering. Would have been a difficult play to complete.
15 for 29, 6 homers for Rizzo against Peralta.
Brewer team makes a lot of errors. They're not a real good defensive club. They'll give you some opportunities. Peralta might not be fully aware of the numbers that Rizzo has against him, but I guarantee you he knows he's done a lot of damage.
this time, Arcia and the infield fly rule was in effect. Jerry Meals made the call at second. 2 outs. It'll bring up Soler. He had 2 hits and knocked in a run yesterday. Also walked. He's popped to second tonight. That's the other big difference. Peralta now versus before he was demoted. He threw his slider really hard. Now you'll see that breaking ball in the lower 80s. Sometimes he'll throw it a little harder. Just trying not to muscle up too much on that pitch.
Yeah, it has always perplexed me about Peralta why he doesn't strike out more hitters with a guy who can go 98 with that fastball, sits comfortably 95. Maybe just not enough command of the secondary pitches to get the hitters off the fastball and chasing those breaking balls.
They'll get out of play.
And sometimes I think, especially for a guy with a big arm who's been taught to be aggressive, attack hitters, he can make the mistake of being in the zone too much.
The dirt. Well, he was their opening day starter. You mentioned a couple of years ago, 17-game winner, yet still trying to reestablish himself at this level.
Yeah, and he's only 27, so I think he's and with that arm, I doubt that the Brewers are going to give up on him. Could still turn into a very good major league starting pitcher, and if not, you could take that big arm and stick him out in the bullpen and just say, go get him, big fella.
Just going to say 95 or 96 might go to 98, 99. You don't.
Yeah, if the secondary pitches don't come along, if the pitching acumen doesn't develop, where you sense that the guys get developing touch and feel and how to set up and finish off hitters, I think there comes a point where we say, you know what, we're just wasting our time here. Let's stick him out in the pen and just turn him loose.
Sharply hit grounder to Arcia. He'll get it to Perez at second. Cubs strand a couple. Bottom 3, 5-2 Milwaukee.
Afoot and lighthearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. The East and the West are mine. The North and the South are mine. All seems beautiful to me.
It's Peyton. It's Peyton on Sunday morning.
E-Man.
What about Peyton?
You know I have DirecTV NFL Sunday Ticket. I get every game, every Sunday, all in HD.
Yeah, I know that.
So you want to come over? I'll make nachos.
I can't right now, man. I'm playing.
Oh, yeah. All right. Pencil you in for Tuesday.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket included at no extra charge. Only on DirecTV.
Welcome back to Miller Park. This is your Coors Light game report. We've seen some tremendous tags by Javier Baez over the last week. We're going to show you a few now. I had a chance to ask him when he started working on this, and he said actually when he was 12 years old, he had a coach in Puerto Rico that started making him get to the bag early, stand there and wait as though the throw wasn't coming, and at the last second, his coach, he said, would sling it over to him, and he'd apply the tag immediately. It's an instantaneous type of move, and he said you do all the movement with your eyes, and at the last second, it's the snag and tag, something he says at this point, guys, has become instantaneous for him. Certainly some good stuff out of Javier Baez, who's at short tonight.
Kelly, I think we have a new T-shirt, Snag and Tag.
You like that?
Yeah.
How about it?
Snap some Joe Madden glasses on it. You got it.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Hear it?
Line drive base hit, Santana in the center. Great thing about Joe,
yeah,
if he likes the idea, like it'll be a T-shirt within like a week. Yeah, just have like a silhouette of Baez near second base.
Airborne, maybe. Both feet in the air, making a swipe tag.
There's Arcia. Infield single in the first. Just getting his major league career started. One of baseball's top prospects. Think about Jason tonight. You know, he's not working a lot of deep counts. They're swinging pretty early, but a lot of hard hit balls. 8 hits already.
Yeah, and that's kind of runs counter to what you expect from this Brewer team. They are a patient team. Only the Cubs have walked more than the Brewers. Well, maybe after all the success he has had against them, they've decided to change their game plan.
Meanwhile, in a game they really have to have, the Pirates have taken the lead. They were down 5-0 in the third. They now lead the Cardinals 6-5 in the fifth. Slider strike on Maldonado. Ground ball, backhanded Zobrist. Baez the turn for 6-3, and that'll end the inning. We'll head off to the fourth. 5-2 Brewers.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. This is the pursuit of perfection.
It's all imported cheeses. This is a fondue party, Mike.
I realize that, Alan. Taco Bell has these new burritos with warm melted cheese in the center.
This is a Gorgonzola Gruyere medley.
This is a 3-cheese blend plus nacho cheese sauce medley.
The best way to serve warm melted cheese is in the center of a beefy burrito. New cheesy core burritos only at Taco Bell.
In case you need anything, just give me a call.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one.
From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
Friday nights, get your gridiron on with High School Lights on CSN. It's Chicagoland's premier preps recap show, featuring the latest scores, highlights, interviews, fan reaction, and more. High School Lights, presented by Wintrust. Fridays at 11 on CSN.
He was one of the longest reigning champs in WWE history. Now Chicago-made CM Punk is ready for his highly anticipated UFC debut on September 10th. CSN Chicago's Luke Stuckmeyer takes us behind the scenes where Punk has been working out from the ring to the octagon. Tune in to Sportsnet Central tonight at 10:30. Five to 2. Brewers got all their runs in the first. Cubs with solo homers from Rizzo and Montero. Tommy LaStella takes a curve for a strike. Bottom of the zone.
Yeah, there's a good pitch for Peralta. A little softer breaking ball there. Get over curve.
Two and one. Look out, Brandon Hyde. Nicely played.
Well positioned. Ballboy's been doing some analytical work. Looking at the spray charts.
Call that optimal positioning. Oh, he was in a good spot there too.
It's the most popular guy in the ballpark all of a sudden.
Line shot the other way. Braun, the sliding catch for the out.
That's a good AB, good swing. Tough break for LaStella, hit it right on the screws.
Some minor league information for you. David Bodie, the Cubs minor league player of the month for August, and his Myrtle Beach Pelicans teammate Trevor Clifton, the pitcher of the month. Scott Kornberg, our buddy's a voice of the Pelicans, sent me an interesting story on Bodie. Ball one on Hayward. Bodie found out he was drafted by the Cubs when he was on a mission trip to Africa. His plane was supposed to fly into Nairobi, Kenya, but the plane landing before his crashed on the runway. So they had to divert their flight to Mombasa, Kenya. It's on the coast. The airport there had no walls, just a ceiling, a few scattered chairs here and there. Hayward is out, 2 gone. So they sat around the airport, watched the sun rise, watched the sun set. Finally, somebody showed up with a hotspot so they could get a cell signal and let their loved ones know they were fine. And when they did that, his brother, who was also on the trip, checked the MLB draft tracker and said, "Oh, hey, by the way, the Cubs picked you."
That's pretty unique,
to find out that you got drafted. Ball one on Montero, homered to the opposite way in the second. Two and 0. To go. Cubs got down big early. This is definitely an offense that can get back in it. Just foul.
Montero pulled his double yesterday into the right field corner, but most of his hits lately have been to the left side, including the home run here tonight.
On the inside corner for strike 2. Swing and a miss. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3 for the first time this evening. 3.5, and it's 5-2 Brewers.
I've been thinking, this might be the one thing in the world you pull apart to come together.
New Papa John's Cinnamon Pull-Aparts covered with cinnamon crumble and sweet cream cheese icing. Try our new Cinnamon Pull-Aparts for just $6.
Hey, Papa John's.
Yeah, like this right here. It's the final days of the Ford Freedom Sales Event, and the deals just got better. Just announced, get 0 for 72 plus $1,500 Labor Day cash on 2016 Ford Fusion and Escape. And get an additional 1,000 smart bonus on specially tagged vehicles. Freedom from interest and freedom to choose with Ford, America's best-selling brand. I'm free, baby. Get 0% for 72 months plus $1,500 Labor Day cash on Fusion and Escape. Plus, specially tagged vehicles get another 1,000 smart bonus.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem.
For a free consultation, visit uswaterproofing.com. A better basement starts with us.
Hey fans, when you think mortgage in Chicago, think eClick Lending. With rates at all-time lows, don't wait. Lock in your low rate today with eClick Lending. You never pay lending fees. Point, click, save. eClick Lending. So the minor league season over. Iowa and Tennessee both finishing under 500. Chesney Young wins the Southern League batting title at 303. Second straight year he's won a batting title. Wilson Contreras won the Southern League title last year. IA Myrtle Beach finished its regular season 82-57, fourth best in club history. They'll start the playoffs tomorrow against Salem. They're the defending champs, Pelicans. South Bend 84-55. They'll be at West Michigan tomorrow to start a best-of-3 playoff series. They set a new attendance record. Over 350,000 fans came to their games in South Bend. Eugene went 54-22. Start their playoff series tomorrow at Hillsboro, best-of-3. So good luck to all the Cubs affiliates in the playoffs. Swing and a miss by Peralta. The idea of a farm system is to develop talent for the big league team, but you also like to win, and those teams are. That's foul, trying to celebrate a championship. Did you ever win a championship at a minor league stop?
Yeah, Columbus Clippers.
You have a ring?
International League, 1984 or 5. I spent the bulk of both those years there. Yeah, got a ring. Not quite as grand as you would get at the big league level, but yeah, in a AAA, there's always that tension because you kind of want the season to end so that you guys can get called up to the big league team if you think you have a chance of being called up. But a lot of times those things won't happen until the AAA playoffs are over. So there's always it's kind of a weird dynamic in a minor league clubhouse.
You want to win, right? But you want to get to the big leagues.
Yes.
Peralta out of the right center. The ball hit hard tonight by the Brewers. He's on his way to second, and he's got a double.
Pretty impressive swing of the bat there by Peralta. The Brewers continue to apply pressure. Tough to slow down a team when they get on a roll like this. Here's VR coming up, getting his third plate appearance. It's only the fourth inning, so he's seen a lot of pitches from Jason. He's homered and lined out so far tonight, so he's seeing the ball very well.
Bunted by VR. Hamill will throw late. Second bunt hit for the Brewers tonight.
Second bunt hit and now 10th base hit for the Brewers in this ball game.
Play a double play depth up the middle. First and third, nobody out. And against Neuenhuis, VR runs the throw, gets into center. Jogging home is Peralta. You know, I was going to say this earlier when we were singing the praises of Javier Baez on the tag. The one risk is that if you do everything really late, is that occasionally a ball will get by you, and he admits that.
Yeah, and you have to be mindful of that too with a man on third base, especially. You know, it's one thing with a man on first base only. If you come up empty, there's somebody there to back you up, perhaps, and that player doesn't advance. But a man on third base, if you don't at least knock the ball down, you're given a run. And with that ball being that far on the shortstop side of the bag, that's when you bail out. You say, okay, no hero play to be made here. Let's just catch the ball. Control the damage.
1-1 on Neuenhuis. Infield now in with VR at third. Six to 2 Brewers. And the pitch. Swing and a miss on the curve.
Prior to tonight, Jason had allowed 3 or fewer runs in 22 of his 26 starts.
He struck him out. Number 3 for Hamill. Here comes Braun.
He's had 2 starts where he's allowed 10 runs. One of those starts, all 10 were earned. The other 6 of the 10 were earned. So again, that tale of the little girl with the curl.
Hey, by the way, Chesney Young did not win the batting title. Thank you to who tweeted it at me. Baseball America had a story. It was reported that Young did win the batting title. There was a guy named Ozzie Albies. Infield in. Braun takes a strike. He had a higher batting average, but he did not have enough plate appearances to qualify because he spent some time at AAA. But they gave him 0 for 7 to get to the required amount of plate appearances, and he still had a better batting average than Young. So there you go. Fouled back. So he had a batting title for a few hours. That rule exists at the major league level too.
Yeah.
What is it, 502? I think is the plate appearance minimum to qualify. Swing and a miss. 2 down.
Right. So in other words, if a player didn't have the amount of bats necessary to qualify, but if you add an offer to make up, and he still has a higher average. Didn't Willie McGee win a batting title?
I think, yes, somebody did. It might have been Gwynn one year too, but he was at 322 Albies, and they gave him an 0 for 7, and even with that, he was at 315, which was still plenty enough to win the batting crown. Everybody back with 2 outs. Charged by Baez. Out at first is Perez, and that will end the inning. They do get a run though, and it's now 6-2 after 4.
Our mountains challenge us. Push us back. Knock us down. Tell us it can't be done. But then, one day you reach the summit, and you realize the harder the climb, the better the reward. Coors Light, whatever your mountain, climb on.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Epic highlights. The hardest hitting interviews.
Guys come here every single day and ready to play and ready to compete, and there's no quitting.
Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central. Every night at 6:30, 10, 10:30, and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Good or better? The Hyundai Elantra versus the Honda Civic. The Elantra has available auto emergency braking with pedestrian detection. The Civic doesn't. Hyundai was named #1 in customer loyalty 7 years in a row.
Excuse me.
Honda wasn't.
Anyone?
And only one is backed by America's best warranty.
Hello?
The Hyundai.
What is that? Excuse me?
Better is the reason to buy Hyundai. The 2017 Elantra from Hyundai.
You can follow Patrick Mooney. There he is now, our Cubs insider all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
3.1 plate appearances for every team game played. So 502 plate appearances, not at bats. The minimum to qualify for the batting title.
You see in front of him, the foul balls had been struck.
Yeah. Better look up, Patrick.
Perez gets Baez. So reverse what we saw in the top or the bottom of the last inning. Hamill. Rays have fired their hitting coach, Derek Shelton. Their minor league hitting instructor, Chad Mottola, takes over. I'm guessing, I assume you haven't seen the story. Rays president of baseball operations, Matt Silverman, gave a 7-word quote. Can you guess what it was?
A 7-word quote when they fired.
You fire a batting coach, you hire a new one.
We fired the batting coach.
No.
Felt like we needed a different voice.
Oh, you got it. It was time for a new voice. I knew you'd get it in 2 tries.
I would like for the general manager to say one time, we felt like we needed a new face. We just got tired of looking at his face every day.
Check swing bouncer. I did not mean to make light of Eric Shelton losing his job. But, you know, when these changes are made, you often hear it was time for a new voice.
Yeah, it's like there's a board with all the proper cliches. When firing a coach, this one always plays.
We'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Inter-County Cable in Brooklyn, Iowa.
When Don Carmen was pitching in the big leagues, he put a list in his locker of all the cliches, excuses, comments guys would make after an outing, and he would just tell the writers, hey, if I'm not there, pick and choose whatever you feel comfortable with. If I pitched poorly, if I pitched well, whatever it was. And you know, had my good stuff tonight, didn't have my good stuff. I'm just taking it one day at a time, and on and on the list went.
I was thinking when Peralta gave up the Montero homer, that whatever homers he allows tonight, if he wins, he can always say after the game, "What? I was just attacking." I mean, that's
yeah. I had that comfortable lead.
I pitched to the score.
So for the first home run, he didn't have a lead at all. Correct. Because it was in the top of the first. But yeah, that's a lot of times the narrative is developed after the fact.
Called strike 3. Fowler doesn't agree. It's 8 in a row now sent down by Peralta. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-2 Brewers.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
There are things in life that just go together. It's like they're always side by side. Because when we put them together, they're better. Like home and auto insurance from State Farm. They just go together. And they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
I'm Jamie Foxx for Verizon. In the nation's largest independent study by Root Metrics, again, Verizon is the #1 network.
Hi, I'm Jamie Foxx for Sprint. And I'm Jamie Foxx for T-Mobile. And we're just as good.
Really? Only Verizon was ranked #1 nationally in data, reliability, text and call, and speed. Yeah. And you're gonna fist pump to that?
Don't get limited by an unlimited plan. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data for just $160 with 4 lines. All on America's best network.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update coming up later tonight. Locker room reaction from the Cubs after tonight's game against the Brewers. Plus, White Sox continue their series against the Tigers. Luke Stuckmeyer goes behind the scenes with CM Punk. He's getting ready to make his UFC debut. It's all coming your way later tonight. Now we go back to Len and JD at Wrigley Field North.
Thank you, Cap. 6-2 Brewers. They'll bat in the 5th inning. Chris Carter takes a slider for a strike. Fastball is low and inside. And that one hit Carter. We've got man on every inning but the second for Milwaukee. Some chin music, and that got a piece of the home plate umpire Will Little as well. It was a 2-for-1, almost a 3-for-1. Ooh, direct shot. Strike called on Santana.
Santana, an interesting player, big, strong kid. "23 years of age. Brewers got him from the Astros. Originally was with the Phillies.
Toward first, and now Hamill smartly lets it go. Dansby Swanson of the Braves. His first major league home run. It never left the park. Nationals Park, Washington, D.C. Inside the park home run. That game is tied at 6 in the 6th. It's Felix Pena up in the Cubs bullpen. Hit hard on the ground with Stella. Zobrist, Rizzo, double play. Second turn for the Cubs tonight.
Sharply hit ground ball to LaStella, and that gives him plenty of time to start this around the horn double play. Set the feet, good accurate feed to Zobrist, who does the rest. Dansby Swanson, he was the kid that the Diamondbacks traded to the Braves in the Shelby Miller deal, the former #1 pick of the Diamondbacks, the deal that got a fair bit of criticism at the time, and then obviously has really gotten a lot of criticism with what has gone down with Shelby Miller and the Diamondbacks.
Two. Pitch count not an issue for Jason. What is the Cubs are down 4. He tries to salvage his night. There's a line out to Soler through 5. Milwaukee leads by 4.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
For people with heart failure, tomorrow is not a given. But Entresto is a medicine that helps make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, tomorrow.
I love you. Tomorrow.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto helped more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make tomorrow possible.
You're only a day away.
Your perfect door is just one stop away at Menards. We have a great selection of Mastercraft doors in stock. For a more custom look, choose from one of our pre-designed doors or create your door your way with our door designer. Find the right size and style for your bathroom with Dakota Vanities. 24 by 21 inch Monroe Vanities come in a Java, Cottage, or Homestead finish. Your choice, only $89 each. Now during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
Weeknights, don't miss Sports Talk Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics, interviews Chicago's biggest stars, and interacts with you at home. Sports Talk Live, presented by Chevy Silverado, tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back, everybody. Cub fans, join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy, and it's free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Zobrist to start the 6th against Willie Peralta. Curve is outside. is out hitting the Cubs 10-3. 2-1 Zobrist. Can't believe it. And looked like he was correct. That's really low. Well, he and Will Little having a pretty animated discussion.
Yeah, not even close.
On the ground is short for Arcia.
Some of that frustration goes away if you end up reaching base after a bad call like that. But when you make an out, then you just start to really boil over. But Ben, just being Ben, jogs on back to the dugout.
So set so far down. I mean, yeah, that's pretty egregious. So here's Rizzo. Shallow center.
Anthony not wasting any time tonight, is he? He's first pitch swinging all night.
First at bat, was that a first pitch homer? So he's seen 3 pitches tonight.
Well, it
2
worked
quick
first
outs.
time, yeah. Maldonado there talking to Little, probably said, no, that was a good call, man. You got it right.
Ichiro has homered off the bench. First career pinch hit home run. Career hit number 3019. How about that? Marlins trail 4-3 at home against the Phillies in the bottom of the 8th. Marlins and the Pirates have faded here lately. Miami is 11 and 22 since August 1st. But the team I think that's had the weirdest season of any of them is the New York Mets. With all the injuries they're going through, they're on a very good stretch. They're ahead 4-3 in Cincinnati in the 7th, looking for their 13th straight win against the Reds.
Yeah, baseball by its nature is streaky. You know, teams run hot and cold, but the Mets seem to be maybe an extreme example of that this year.
It will be their 4th consecutive win, and again, going back a couple of years against the Reds, they've won the last 12 of those matchups. Swing and a miss. Inning over. Peralta dealing now. Still 6-2.
A well put together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is the precision of professional grade. Step up to GMC and get 20% below MSRP on select 2016 Sierra 1500 models. Or pay no interest for 72 months on all 2016 Yukons.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central tonight after post-game live, presented by GMC.
I joined the Army in July of '98. I did active duty 11 years and 2 in the reserves.
Our 18-year-old was in an accident. When I call USA, it was that voice asking me, is your daughter okay? That's where I felt relief.
It actually helped to know that somebody else cared and wanted to make sure that I was okay. That was really great.
We're the Rivera family, and we will be with USAA for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Call today to talk about your insurance needs.
Hello? This is she.
Is that the doctor?
Okay, wow, really? It's 2? That's great news, thank you.
It's 2?
Yes, it's 2. It's 2-for-1 windows at Feldco.
Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
2 windows for the price of 1 ends soon. Hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Warm up for every Bears game 1 hour before kickoff with Bears pregame live. Briggs, Brown, Miller, and Bolton get you ready for kickoff and have instant reaction on Bears postgame live immediately following the game. The best Bears coverage in the city is on CSN Chicago.
Just want to go on the record as saying I drafted a couple Bears today.
Yeah, who'd you take?
I don't remember. Alshon Jeffrey.
Okay.
And another one.
So good. You just so proudly declared you took 2 Bears, and then you're like,
Wasn't ready for the follow-up.
Maldonado pulls one on the ground. Baez down to an E, up with it, and the throw in time.
I took an ex-Bear. I took Matt Forte. I think he's with the Jets now. Clark, the official mascot of the Chicago Cubs, could be part of your next event. From birthday parties and corporate outings to wedding receptions and charity events, Clark wants to be invited. Visit Cubs.com/kids for more information on bringing Clark to your next party. So I know today, I want to say 18 teams are within 5 games of a playoff spot. Wow. Second highest at this point in the season since the wild card era began.
We're going to have one of those years where 3 or 4 teams will be tied for a wild card. We'll have a couple of games and another game, and then the wild card, and then the division series. Yeah. It's bound to happen.
Yeah. There'll be some high drama. These teams scratch and claw and fight to the finish.
Cubs wouldn't mind that this year, right?
Yeah, let people burn out their pitching. Cubs can just sit back and wait.
One and 2 on the pitcher.
If the Cubs were to win tonight, it would be their 90th win. In game number 138, it would be the 3rd fastest to 90 wins since 2000.
Peralta strikes out.
Actually, would tie the 3rd fastest. The Phillies club a few years ago, the 04 Cardinals and the 01 Mariners got there more quickly.
Follow in-game live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Good night for VR. Leadoff homer and a line out in the first. Bunt single and a steal, and now a single this time. So he's 3 out of 4. Actually, it's going to be a double. That ball. Actually, it's going to be a triple. Man, I had him at 1, then 2, now 3. Off the bat, that looked like a routine single to center, but it was hit really hard and got all the way to the wall.
It's the kind of 3-base hit you used to see back in the day when there were so many AstroTurf fields. A line drive that would scoot all the way to the wall, but he just put so much pace on this line drive. This kid is really locked in here tonight. The only time they got him out, his second at bat was a line out to left field. That ball was sharply hit.
I almost called the cycle in one at bat.
I'm going to see it.
Yeah, it looked like Dexter got a little bit of a late break on that ball.
Paul kicks back past him a little bit. VR's got his eyes on Dexter the whole time.
Swing and a miss by Neuenhuis. Not going to pull that one for play-by-play call of the year. That will not get nominated. There's a base hit. Oh, no, it's a double. No, it's a triple.
Well, you were right. Every step of the way. It was a base hit, then it was a double, and then it was a triple.
Maybe we should nominate it.
all those things.
VR now with at least one more plate appearance. There's a double away from the cycle. And in years past, that would have been for a cycle, meaning he would have won a Harley motorcycle.
Well, that's right. I remember they used to do that. They don't do it anymore?
No, I don't think so. I think Chad Moeller did it once and won literally a cycle.
Chad Moeller, the former catcher, not known for his speed.
Right. 2-2.
Well, Jason could take some measure of comfort in the fact that he is still out there in the 6th inning, the way this game started. 5 spot in the first. 7 consecutive reaches to start the ball game, then a sac fly. Five of the 6 runs he has allowed are earned.
So you took Alshon Jeffrey and Danny Trevathan. Bears linebacker.
Yeah, that's
I thought it was a little bit of a stretch. You took Trevathan with the 3rd overall pick, but
I believe in him. You know, my NFL, man, that draft was going on. I'm looking at all the players. I feel like 5% of the names, maybe.
I should probably tell you at some point, we actually don't have defensive players in the draft, but you do have a linebacker.
Well, I like that.
Start him?
I like his athleticism. I think you can see him moving to the other side of the ball.
Yeah, the Bears will be in Houston, and so will the Cubs this weekend.
Cubs play the night game in Houston. So it'll be a good road trip for fans to make. Come down, they could watch the Bears and then swing over to Minute Maid and catch Cubs Astros.
Fouled away. People on Twitter who would love for you to be in their fantasy football league. We found him.
You want the donation? There's Waldo. I don't know where he was. Thought he was out in L.A.
Ball 4. Pena up again.
Pena getting ready in a hurry out there. It's still a winnable game, down 4. 6th inning. Brewers don't have a lockdown bullpen. So this is a very important confrontation. Braun getting his 4th look at Jason here tonight.
First foul to third. She will not be outdone. And the guy over at first, nicely played. It's down 1-1. Giants lost last night in Denver to the Rockies. They're tied at 1 in the 5th. Tonight they're 4 back of the Dodgers in the West. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Giants leading the wild card by a half game ahead of St. Louis and only a game and a half ahead of the Mets.
The Giants, who managed 14 hits in the 4-game series against the Cubs, went out to Denver, and you think, well, okay, they're going to go out to Colorado in that light air and get healthy. And they got shut out. One of the best games ever pitched in that ballpark. Chad Bettis. 2-hitter.
Drive to right. Hayward back in. It's gone. That's a 3-run line shot homer for Ryan Braun, and it's 9-2.
Yeah, you could just sense, you know, that shot we had earlier of Joe and Chris Bosio. They knew it was a perilous situation. With Braun getting his 4th look at Hamill, he singled off and just missed hitting a home run off him in his second at bat. Had very good numbers against him coming into this ball game. Fastball up and out over the plate, and we've talked a lot about Braun's power and ability to drive the ball the other way. So there's your Ford home run replay. It's number 26 for Braun. His 4th career off of Jason.
Hits for the Brewers tonight. One and two. Slider's driven to deep center. Fowler on the track to leap, and he can't get it. It's a double.
Jason, at times over the last couple of years, has clearly been frustrated with some of the early pulls from Joe Madden. He's probably out there wondering, hey, Skip, where are you, man? It's not my night. And he's going to get his answer. Here comes Joe now to make the move. Sure lost track of where he was on the wall there, or at the wall, I should say.
So pitching change in the 6th, and we'll be back.
When the temperature drops, winter tires are safer below 45 degrees. Buy now and get a $50 Visa prepaid card on any set of winter tires purchased with your Discount Tire credit card. Thank you, Discount Tire.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
When a device is forward-thinking, it should also be forward-moving. The next generation Mitsubishi Mirage and all-new Mirage G4. Come in now and get up to $1,750 cash back.
It's a Hyundai call to the pen after Jason Hamill gave up a career-high 13 hits. And the Cubs are trailing 9-2. It's rookie right-hander Felix Pena.
6th appearance at the big league level for Felix. No wins, no losses. A .675 ERA. Just 4 innings of work. Jason, 13 hits, 9 runs, 8 earned to this point. A couple of walks, 5 strikeouts. Responsible for Perez out there at second base.
Runner at second. Chris Carter, the hitter. Beverly and Ron Anell are here tonight celebrating their 55th wedding anniversary, which is this Friday. I hope it's a great one. So happy belated to Merlene King, Kentland, Indiana. Breaking ball strike, 0-2.
Felix called up August 19th at AAA Iowa. He was 3-4 with a 3.41 earned run average.
Called strike 3 and the inning is over. Ryan Braun with a 3-run shot, 9-2 Brewers.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Red Gertz.
Sorry, I was eating a Milky Way.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein packed snack packed with protein.
Honda knows, in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear-view camera, text message reader, and dual-zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord, with a redesigned body to match. Nothing compares to a Honda. The restyled Accord, the best-selling car in America.
If you feel like singing a song and you want other people to sing along, just sing what you feel. Don't let anyone say it's wrong. When there's a light, what light? There's a light, what light? There's a light, white light.
Welcome back to Miller Park. This is your Coors Light game report. Munenori Kawasaki, part of course, the expanded rosters. Guys rejoining the team this afternoon. Had a chance to talk with him. We know how much his teammates love having him around for his charismatic personality. I asked him, what have you been working on in the minors? And he asked me repeat it one more time and wasn't quite sure what that meant, but he said Spanish and English. The baseball part's easy. So always a good time having him around, and certainly he's up here at the top of the dugout right now cheering on his teammates. One of the best, Joe says.
Yeah, he is just a burst of energy. And as Joe said to reporters before the game, it was like he never left. There's Tommy La Stella leading off, 1-1 on him, 7th inning. Driven to deep right, way back toward the wall, and it'll bounce out of play for a double.
Second good swing for La Stella tonight, you may recall. In the 4th, he hit that rocket to left for an out. This time, nobody there to make a play on him. Leadoff double, Tommy La Stella. Yeah, earlier in the year, Cubs had that rough road trip, and they went in, got swept in New York, and I was on the team bus riding out to Citi Field, and some of the guys in the back of the bus were talking, and that was kind of the, said we need a little dose of Kawasaki. We need a little, lift our spirits, bring a little energy.
Fastball missing on Hayward. Jen Prowitz, happy birthday. Chesterton, Indiana. It's in there. It's 1-1. Two. Rough line for Jason Hamill tonight. 5 2/3, 13 hits, 9 runs, 8 earned. His ERA up to 3.50. Started the night at 3.14. He's allowed at least 9 runs 3 times this year. Called strike 3.
Normally you don't see that one called when the catcher has to go up above his mask to catch the fastball. So he called the low one on Zobrist, and then maybe expanded up a little bit on Hayward. I think most hitters can live with the high one. But when pitcher's getting both, man, that's awfully tough.
Now it's back to Peralta. Now they've got La Stella caught between 2nd and 3rd, so he'll try to stay in a rundown long enough for Montero. Tag applied. Throw to 2nd late. So ball comes out in the wash. Montero basically replaces La Stella.
Yeah, it's a tough read for a base runner. You see that a lot. You know, the ball in front of them, they're gonna freeze. The ball behind them, they're gonna advance. It's that one right back to the mound where they read that it's behind them, but the pitcher cuts it off. Peralta pursued Tommy a little more aggressively. They might have been able to complete that rundown and keep Montero at first.
I'm not saying there is an explanation. I'm not asking you to explain it. Maybe it is unexplainable. But if you look at the game logs for Hamill, I mean, it's 1-0-1, 0-2-3, 2-4, 1-0, 2-3, 1-4, 2-10. 2-1-2-1 0-0-0 10 3-1-9. It's a really strange year because it's been largely excellent with 3 major duds. that stretch he had very recently. 3 consecutive scoreless starts. One to Baez. Pirates still lead the Cardinals top of the 8th, 6-5. Astros beat the Indians last night, and they've got a lead late again tonight, 4-2 in the bottom of the 9th. Dallas Keuchel shut down with shoulder issues. Two and two.
Cub fans, Joe Madden wants you to own his car. Joe is raffling off his signature vehicle for charity. Raffle tickets are $100 each and are available at fan services during all remaining home games or at 3721 North Clark Street. Full details are available at Cubs.com/Joe's Raffle. Yeah, I'm over here pondering an explanation for Jason Hammel's season. I can't come up with one.
Swing and a miss.
Good thing the inning ended.
And we'll stand up and stretch. It's 9-2 Brewers.
My Luke sofa and love seat, only $7.99.
You can also buy our Luke 2-piece sectional for the same $7.99. It's a couch potato's dream come true.
You mean sofa?
Sofa potato. You don't think that sounds weird?
Here come the last of the 2016s.
I love this part. Stylish Prius, sporty Camry, fun Corolla, adventurous RAV4, they're all here. But not for long.
The final days of Toyota's annual clearance event are going on now. Get 0% APR on 11 of Toyota's most popular models like the 2016 Camry, Corolla, or RAV4.
Come in and get the 2016 Toyota you want before they are gone.
Toyota, let's go places.
In banking and baseball, you have to stay alert. With my Bank of America mobile banking app, I can select alerts that notify me when unusual activity is detected on my credit and debit cards. I used to play when I was younger. I love the outfield. All that green grass. Until the championship and the inside the park home run. Sure could have used an alert then. I missed lunch that day.
When size matters, check out my Maggie.
Comes in 65-inch, 72, 80, or 90. I said 90, Bob.
Woo. In tan or chocolate, only $3.99. Only at my Bob's Discount Furniture.
Time now for our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms top 5 in the National League ERA race. 3 of the top 5 are Cubs, including the Major League leader Kyle Hendricks. The Cy Young race is pretty interesting. Clayton Kershaw has been dominating, but he's not even going to have enough innings to qualify for the ERA title. Noah Syndergaard, I believe, leads the league in WAR among pitchers, but Kyle Hendricks is running away with the ERA title. So he's got a legitimate shot.
Yeah, and I hear some support for Max Scherzer out there as well.
ERA obviously is a big one. Strikeouts, innings pitched. Here's Hector Rondon off the disabled list. So we still have a few weeks to go. And hopefully Kyle can maintain that healthy ERA lead. Good to see Hector back.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a while since we've seen a hard throwing Hector. 6-7-8 here for the Brewers.
He went on the DL August 19th. Right triceps strained. He did not require a rehab assignment. Originally that was the plan, but he threw a simulated game instead the other day at Wrigley Field, and he's throwing 97 miles an hour. think in his case, and even John Lackey, if we were in October, I think they probably would have pitched through those issues, but there was no sense in pushing it with the big lead the Cubs have.
Yeah, that was the advantage. That is the advantage of this big lead. Guys need a breather, a little tender. You can shut them down for a few days. Now Joe's in a position where he can rest his everyday players from time to time. If you're looking for an explanation on Jason Hammel, sabermetrically or statistically, left on base percentage was running well above league average, so he was due for some regression there. So in other words, the thinking is that you allow X number of base runners, and by virtue of luck, some are going to score, some not. League average runs around 72%, I think, 72%. Left on base percentage, his was up around 80%.
That's into left. Good effort by Baez. As he laid out and couldn't get it. I think he's all right. He's getting up pretty slowly. He just scraped up a bit. That is a full effort.
Might have got the wind knocked out of him too.
Still got his hands on his knees. Three hits for Santana. And 1-0 on Arcia. Glove hand really dug into the turf. Crowd tonight, 32,888. Slider misses outside.
Jason also running a very low, relatively low batting average on balls in play.
Sometimes that'll
some function of luck there, perhaps.
Level off, yeah. Runner goes, swung on and missed. Throw not in time. Santana steals second. The second steal of the year.
Montero thinking that perhaps Santana came off the base.
Towards center. This one past Baez. Santana will jog home. 10-2. They have put a lot of balls in play and have found holes. They've also simply hit the ball hard a lot tonight. Maldonado, sac fly in the first. Grounded into a double play in the third. Grounded to short in the sixth. On the right field line. No play for Hayward.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is the premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics to Cubs charities. Visit Cubs.com/authentics today.
Center field, dipping, caught by Fowler. Sliding grab, one away.
Nice play by Fowler in center. Should not been on the wrong side of many of these this year.
Play by Peralta. Here's a steal earlier by Santana. We saw Montero thinking maybe he came off the bag, and he was right. He was out. Ground ball to second. And they're going to turn 4-6-3 to end the seventh. Rondon back in the mix, gives up a run on 2 hits, 10-2 Milwaukee.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Are you a worker-outer? Do you like muscles? How much can you bench? If you answered yes to any of those things, then Working Out with Sasquatch is for you. Working Out with Sasquatch hits all the major muscle groups with major muscle confusion. 52. Then I get a full body snack out with protein packed Jack Link's Jerky. Original. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein packed snack packed with protein.
Isaac Hu has mastered gravity-defying moves to amaze his audience.
Great show. Here you go.
Now he's added a new routine, making depositing a check seem so effortless. Easy to use Chase technology for whatever you're trying to master.
Isaac, are you ready?
Yeah. Chase, so you can.
Huge jackpots, 24/7 gaming action, luxury hotel accommodations, and Milwaukee's best entertainment and dining are yours at Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Find out more and book your stay today at paysbig.com. Yeah, right up the road here in Milwaukee from Miller Park. Willie Peralta's been very good tonight. He gave up 2 early solo home runs. Just 1 hit since the 3rd inning.
Wiley Willie salvaging what has been a very disappointing season with this good stretch. Last time out against the Cardinals, he went 7 innings, allowed 1 run on 3 hits, struck out 10.
Chris Coghlan, 2 at bats. He pinch hit, played right late yesterday. And had the go-ahead RBI single in the 7th, and then a 2-run single as the Cubs broke it open in the 8th. Carpenter just homered off Tony Watson in the 9th in Pittsburgh. Cardinals, Pirates 6-6.
Pirates doing a fast fade. They've lost 7 in a row.
And that was a 2-out home run. Ball tied high in the air, shallow left field. It's the shortstop Arcia.
The most popular way to follow the Cubs postseason push is with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat on your favorite devices.
And that is a pinch hit home run, the 15th for the Cardinals. That sets a new Major League single season record. Carpenter was not in their lineup. Strike called on Fowler. Driven in the air, deep left center, on the warning track, circling, and Nieuwenhuis has it. Bit of a vigorous route.
Thought it was vigorous. How do you spell that?
V-A-G-A-R-I-O-U-S. Good angle if he had to maybe make a leap. Oh, Alternado went down into the Tony Pena pose, and that pitch created a little trouble for him. Left field, Braun will have to play it on a couple of bounces. Zobrist hustling to second, and he's got a double.
Second hit of the night for Ben. That's the way to play the game. Regardless of the score, play hard, run hard. Red swings at the first pitch here. This AB or
yeah,
take one.
That's what's happened here so far. So Carpenter with 2 outs, homers tonight. Molina then doubles. Randall Grichuk, 2-run homer. 8-6 Cardinals. 9th inning. Grichuk on a home run tear. Yeah, he swung away. Didn't get a fastball.
Giants continue to struggle to score runs. They're trailing 2-1 in the 7th.
Hefty home runs tonight. Rizzo with his 6th career off Peralta. Montero with his 6th of this season overall. Driven deep to right. Way back. Gone! He's done it again. 2 homers tonight. 7 in his career off Peralta. That was a shot. 10-4. Good buddy.
Roger that. Well, first time he went the other way. This time a towering drive down the right line. The power hasn't been there for Anthony much of the second half of the season. This is a pretty impressive show here tonight, though. 2 home run game for the big fella. Ford home run replay.
Well, he noticed it was hefty, and we showed 2 homers, so to make it all match.
For the 3rd hefty.
Yeah. Might not matter tonight. That one hit the inside of the pole there, and that'll be it for Peralta. And we'll be back. 8th inning. Stay with us.
What's the key to business success? Stay on your toes and keep moving. Whether you're launching a new product or fighting off hackers, business has to be ready for anything. And your IT needs to support it. Forsyth Technology, together with leading partners like Cisco and Red Hat, and technology supported by Intel, will help you get ready and stay ready by leveraging the power of the cloud without compromising security and control, giving your business a lasting competitive advantage.
In case you need anything, just give me a call.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one. From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
Hyundai call to the pen. Right-hander Jacob Barnes.
19th appearance for Barnes. He spent some time on this disabled list. So it's 17 times for their AAA club. Some real good numbers there at a 1.21 ERA. The AAA team is in Colorado Springs, so that makes that 1.21 ERA even more impressive. Throws hard. Heater, cutter, slider.
If it ends in ER, he throws it. 2 balls, no strikes. Two and one. It's low. Barnes is from St. Petersburg, Florida. Florida Gulf Coast University, 14th rounder, 2011. Swing and a miss. The Sale, Casey Coleman. Alums of FGCU.
Looks rather long of leg and short of torso, doesn't he? It's just the pants.
Yeah, I think it's the uniform.
Old-fashioned drop and drive there.
Ball 4.
Pushes off that back leg. So his perceived velocity is probably a little bit quicker than that 96 with that long stride. Release point well out in front.
Will Little has had a big zone up and down tonight.
Yeah, Yeah, which generally I'm in favor of. I thought the one to Ben I thought was crazy. No, crazy low. Should have been called. But I think more umpires should call the top of the zone.
Ball right to Arcia, and it's Perez at the bag to end the inning. Anthony Rizzo has homered twice tonight. He got 28 on the year and has supplied 3 of the 4 runs for the Cubs this evening. 10-4 Milwaukee in the 8th.
Check out 2 great sales going on now at Bass Pro Shops, with savings like Redhead men's jeans starting at under $20. Redhead men's and ladies Everest hikers for under $20. And this electric smoker by Masterbuilt for under $165 after rebate.
When the temperature drops, winter tires are safer below 45 degrees. Buy now and get a $50 Visa prepaid card on any set of winter tires purchased with your Discount Tire credit card. Thank you, Discount Tire.
Yeah, like this right here. It's the final days of the Ford Freedom Sales Event, and the deals just got better. Just announced, get 0 for 72 plus $1,500 Labor Day cash on 2016 Ford Fusion and Escape. And get an additional 1,000 smart bonus on specially tagged vehicles. Freedom from interest and freedom to choose with Ford, America's best-selling brand. I'm free, baby. Get 0% for 72 months plus $1,500 Labor Day cash on Fusion and Escape. Plus, specially tagged vehicles get another 1,000 smart bonus.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our best offer of the year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios with this Sportsnet Central update presented by Bob's Discount Furniture, home of untouchable values. Later tonight, we'll have all the highlights, post-game reaction from Milwaukee after tonight's Cubs game against the Brewers. Plus Notre Dame down to number 21 in the coaches poll. And the Bears get ready for Sunday's season opener against the Texans in Houston. Now back to Milwaukee. Len and JD.
Hey, Cap, thank you. Spencer Patton. One of the 5 Cubs to join the roster today.
Jonathan Villar double shy of the cycle.
Chris Coughlin is in at third. See, I'm going to Jacob Barnes. He has high beltage. And Patton got the low riders. That's why the legs look longer. I'm going with that theory. Yep. One, two on the way. Swing and a miss. So VR double away. Cannot put a ball in play.
No soup for you. Tomorrow we are back here in Milwaukee. Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, and your Cubs square off against Ryan Braun's Brewers. Don't miss first pitch tomorrow at 7 on CSN. All your favorites.
Kirk Neuenhuis. Takes low for a ball.
It'll be Mike Montgomery for the Cubs tomorrow, and Matt Garza Will pitch for Milwaukee.
Mike is one of 6 Cubs starters.
He is.
And a strike.
Spencer's been up and down a bunch this year between Chicago and Iowa.
Yeah, this is a kind of year for a guy like Spencer. You'd be better off renting.
Yeah, a lot of times guys will get called up, and the player that will get sent out will say, hey, just live in my place.
Here comes the 3-2. He walked him.
And the player being sent down could stay in player X's place at AAA. That would be the ultimate. And so if you swapped apartments, say, and the guy who got called up to the big leagues called the player he replaced and say, hey dude, you didn't leave anything to drink in your fridge.
Well, that would be bad form, wouldn't it?
I'm going to enhance your cable package if you don't mind. Played with a guy in the minor leagues once who got called up from AA to AAA, moved into an apartment, and then he only lasted about 3 weeks and was sent back to AA. So the next time, I think it was the next year, when he had a similar call up, he refused to unpack. Just lived out of his suitcase. He moved into an apartment a couple other guys were sharing. Bonding in the minor leagues. It's more typical for 2 or 3 guys to share an apartment. Somebody gets called up, maybe from AA to AAA, crash on the couch for a few weeks.
Sure. 2-2 on Braun. Knocked in 4 tonight, and he thought he had an extra base hit at least. Our Xfinity high-speed action in the 2nd inning. Jason Hayward went back to the wall to lead the catch. Down ball to third. Coughlin, and this gets away from Zobrist. Nieuwenhuis to third, Braun to second. Could have been an inning-ending double play, instead an error. Guessing the error will be on the throw.
Yeah, I think so. How much third base he's played. First we've seen him over there this year, right?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him over there. Strike called. He made 15 starts with the A's at third earlier this season. Floated to right. 2 runs will score. Neuenhuis, and Braun. 12-4. Perez has 4 hits. Didn't he have 4 hits against the Cubs earlier this year?
That sounds right, yeah.
Checking it out. Did not.
He did something good, I remember. He had a good game. He's a good player.
He is. It's a nice waiver pickup. Broken bat fly ball, short center field. Fowler racing in. He grabs it. 2 outs.
Second nice play Fowler has made tonight. Snared a sinking line drive earlier in the ball game. This time a cracked bat, little flare out there. Charges in, puts it away.
Santana.
Don't see the Brewers making a quantum leap forward next season. I guess that could change if they had a very aggressive, impressive offseason in terms of acquiring new talent. I don't think that's the plan, though.
Well, they've got some kids who will probably get here next year at some point. 2 more in the 8th. 12-4 as we head off to the 9th.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
I've been thinking, this might be the one thing in the world you pull apart to come together.
New Papa John's Cinnamon Pull-Aparts covered with cinnamon crumble and sweet cream cheese icing. Try our new Cinnamon Pull-Aparts for just $6.
Hey!
Papa John's. I'm attorney Howard Ankin, legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Ankin Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-MILLION.
Here's your PNC Bank upcoming schedule. One more game in this series. Off day in Houston. And a weekend against the Astros. American League rules will apply. And then off to St. Louis next week. Got a bunch of changes here. The headliner is Blaine Boyer. He takes over on the mound. 9th inning, 8-run lead for Milwaukee.
Veteran right-hander pitching for the 55th time, 2-3. Picked up a save along the way, a 3.90 ERA, 60 innings, 71 hits. See, he doesn't strike out many at all. There's 23 strikeouts in 60 innings. He's walked 16.
Santana goes to left. Braun is out. Perez goes to right, and Yadiel Rivera in at second. Albert Almora Jr. fouls away. Back in the big leagues. He's in competition possibly for a playoff spot in terms of the roster because of his defense. Breaking ball off the outside, 1-1. Right field, and that will get in. Foul. I didn't think that ball was going to be close to the foul line, but it was foul.
Yeah, not by much. Wow.
Barely foul. Joel asking the video guys to look at it.
First base umpire is Chad Whitson.
And we will have a Foresight Technology replay review as Almora heads right out to second. So he's convinced.
Can't tell.
We need the U.S. Open tennis technology. Or that would come into a computer screen and you'd see a little imprint of the ball and the line. Foresight Technology replay review.
Well, you know, it's not likely to impact the ball game. It's 12-4, but for Joe Madden, you're going to challenge. You get a chance to get your guy a double. Worth taking a look.
So Almora will not get the double he had hoped for. He'll have to head back to the plate.
Now you should hit it over the wall. Silver lining tonight, Hector Rondon has returned. First outing in a while. He's charged with a run on a couple of hits, but just good to see him back. The velocity was there. Alberta youngster, just 22 years of age.
Full count. The Cardinals beat the Pirates. Final score. That is a devastating loss for Pittsburgh. In the corner, Perez has it. Pirates have lost 8 in a row.
How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest taking public transportation. They offer a free bike check that's located by the Addison Red Line station. If you drive, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com. Matt Carpenter, 2 out, 2 strike. Pinch hit home run to tie that ball game. 0-2, 2 outs, boom. It's a kick in the gut.
Cubs' magic number with the Cardinals winning will stay at 10. And what that will mean is the Cubs could not clinch this week. Possibly could do it in St. Louis or on the next homestand. Montero. That'll get to the wall. He's on his way to second. Homer and a double in this one, and 4 for 7 in the second.
Yeah, he's making a late push here, isn't he? I think it's been a tough go for him. Lost playing time once Wilson Contreras came up, but much of the year hitting below 200, not really hitting the ball with a whole lot of authority. It seemed to me there was a stretch of time there where he was trying to make up for lost time, maybe over swinging. But the quality of that bats here lately have been really good.
At the 212, he went into this series at 199. Kawasaki into the left field corner. (12-5).
Slashes this one to left. Out on that front foot.
He loves life. To Coughlin. Driven deep. At the wall, caught. Nice running grab by Nieuwenhuis on the warning track for out number 2. It was Carlos Gomez-like out there in left center.
Peek down to find the wall. Not a very gregarious route there, was it?
Pretty direct.
Oh, yeah, might have been a little vagary at the end. But
the 0-1 to Fowler is a strike.
Down to their last strike. Barring miracle, Jason Hamill will fall to 14-8. Peralta with the win would be 6-9.
ball. This one caught by Perez to end the ball game. So the Brewers beat the Cubs tonight 12-5, with the Cardinals winning and the Cubs losing. Magic number remains at 10. Cubs have 24 games to play, so they'll have to wait another day to grab their 90th victory.
Yeah, off night obviously for Jason Hamill. You come in looking at this one, go, boy, favorable pitching matchup. Peralta with an inflated ERA in the mid-5s. Jason Hamill has owned this Brewer team in his career at a 230-something ERA in this ballpark, but not to be. They ambushed him, put a 5 spot on the board in the first, and then were able to play add-on later on. Big home run by Ryan Braun. The good news for the Cubs, as I mentioned, Hector Rondon back in action. Anthony Rizzo flashing the power with 2 home runs, and Miguel Montero continues to swing it well.
Toast of the game presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Goes to Willie Peralta. He had a lot of run support tonight, but was pretty good.
Yeah, and if not for Rizzo, he would have gotten out of here allowing just the 1 run. So it's a remade Willie Peralta, perhaps. We're seeing the former 17-game winner who has really struggled last year, and for a good chunk of this year has hit his stride here over the last month or so.
Binny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And we're back with you tomorrow, 7 o'clock on CSN for the rubber game. Cubs and the Brewers from Miller Park. For JD and our entire CSN crew, Kelly Kroll and company, I'm Len Casper with your final score once again. The Brewers 12, the Cubs 5. Stay tuned. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next.
Add sophistication to your home with Mohawk Tile from Menards. River Edge ceramic tile is beautiful and durable, only 99 cents each. Crystal Slate porcelain tile offers a stunning replication of natural stone, just $169 each. Menards has the appliances you're looking for. All of the top brands with all of the latest features and styles. Get this LG steam washer for $799 and add on this Sidekick pedestal washer for only $549. Now during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm Jamie Foxx for Verizon. In the nation's largest independent study by Root Metrics, again, Verizon is the #1 network.
Hi, I'm Jamie Foxx for Sprint. And I'm Jamie Foxx for T-Mobile. And we're just as good.
Really? Only Verizon was ranked #1 nationally in data, reliability, text and call, and speed. Yeah. And you're going to fist pump to that?
Don't get limited by an unlimited plan. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data for just $160 with 4 lines. All on America's best network.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Epic highlights. The hardest-hitting interviews.
Guys come here every single day and ready to play and ready to compete, and there's no quitting. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central. Every night at 6:30, 10, 10:30, and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota, discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. This is Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Drive to right. Hayward back in. It's gone. That's a 3-run line shot homer for Ryan Braun, and it's 9-2.
Well, Brewers piled on and blow out the Cubs tonight. This one, no fun to watch. 12, 16, and 0. A whole lot better than 5, 8, and 2. Cubs lose this one in big-time fashion. Peralta 6 and 9 over Hamill 14 and 8. Hello, welcome in to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. He's Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Magic number stays at 10. Cardinals hit 3 home runs with 2 outs in the 9th inning to come back and beat the Pirates 9-7. But the Cubs still have a 15.5 game lead in the division. So that's a fait accompli. You just don't like to see games like this tonight where you play so poorly.
Well, they happen. And listen, they happen to the best teams every season. Year in and year out, you watch, this team's got the best record. They're going to have games like this. The Cubs had a game like this tonight. Listen, Jason Hamill did not get off to a good start. 4 consecutive hits to start the ball game. One thing led to another. There were plays that weren't made. You even kind of saw the enthusiasm kind of sucked out of this one as well. So, listen, credit where credit is due. The Brewers put together good at-bats against Jason Hamill, got him up, forced him into the zone, got pitches to hit, drove the ball the other way. They came ready to play today. They really did swing those bats particularly well. The Cubs, again, they fell victim a little bit to Willie Peralta, and I'll even throw in a little bit of some of that strike zone.
All right, time for our Elk Grove pitching recap. Numbers not pretty for Mr. Jason Hamill. It's amazing to look, Holly. You see 5 2/3, 13 hit, 8 earned run. So he gave him every opportunity to try and wriggle off the hook on this one. 5 Ks, 2 walks, and he threw 97 pitches. Peralta 7 2/3 of really, really solid baseball.
Right. Well, we'll start with Jason Hamill here. We talked about it in the pregame show today, Cap, about where Jason went his last start to get out, and we talked about him giving a heavy dose of away. Well, it was almost like the Brewers prepared for a heavy dose of away because they saw that, and you watched what they did collectively. You got a nice bunt right here. All things kind of going their way. You had the home run the other way on a pitch away from VR to start the ball game. But watch how all this action is. It's like, look at the swings. What were they looking for? That's the first curveball that Ryan Braun sees in the ball game right there. So, to me, that was about game planning. Jason kind of wanted to attack that low zone away, got the ball up at times, and you watch the Brewer hitters. That's exactly what they were looking for, and they were attacking back and putting good wood on a lot of these pitches. So, there wasn't a cheapie in the bunch. These balls were hit hard.
Yeah, everything was smoked. Line shots to the outfield, and just a sloppy game a little bit with the errors, but it just takes the wind out of your sails when it starts this way.
Well, it does. Again, like I said, there was a few plays that weren't made. That was a tough play. That was a tough error on LaStella right there. I thought that probably should have been a base hit. But, you just watch how this goes. Even that hanging breaking ball right there, it's going to get in a run, inability to get the ball on the ground. One thing that stands out about Jason Hamill this year, he has been absolutely fantastic out of the stretch. Well, what went on in this game? He was not fantastic out of the stretch. You see a wild pitch right there. Just a lot of things were off tonight. Inability to control his pitches consistently, but then when he did make pitches, he also got hit hard. Some of those balls were elevated when he was forced to throw strikes, but I do believe that Peralta and Hamill both struggled with the strike zone because it seemed to me that it was kind of floating tonight. We saw some really bad calls at the bottom of the zone. We saw a high strike called on Jason Hayward as well. So, it was a strike zone that I thought was a little complicated for both starters. It just seemed to me that Willie Peralta made a better adjustment than Jason Hamill clearly did because, again, it was not easy tonight.
Yeah, you're right. They pitched to Hayward. You could see guys, Dexter Fowler, barked at the umpire.
You saw it all night long, and even from both sides, and even with the Brewers piling on and scoring a bunch of runs, they had some glances back at the home plate umpire with what in the world's going on with the strike zone tonight.
Well, again, the Brewers brought their hitting shoes. They really tattooed Jason Hamill. 13 hit effort, 5 2/3. It is what it is. It happens.
Yeah, well, you're going to forget this one. Listen, Anthony Rizzo had a fantastic day, predictably. How about that? Maybe that's what I'll give you. That's the way that this one went. Had great numbers against Willie Peralta and had a great game. But that's about all you're going to extract from this one. Tommy LaStella had a couple nice passes, ended up with a double. Montero had a nice game as well. There were some nice offensive highlights, but even collectively on defense, we weren't at our best. A couple of nice plays in the outfield from Jason Hayward, Dexter Fowler, but there were also plays that weren't made in this game, Cappy. So one of the things I talked about in the pregame show is not forgetting those attention to details, but when you play a game like this, sometimes these things happen.
All right, let's talk about Anthony Rizzo, because in the pregame show, you and I talked about the success that he has had against Willie Peralta. In fact, that's why I took him as my key performer. But the amazing thing is, He has dominated him. 5 home runs off Peralta entering today. Take a look at where these pitches are.
Out over the plate. Boom.
Go zone right there. Go zone. And Rizzo just able to get really good lumber on it, get the head of the bat out there.
Well, remember what I told you, key number 1 of the ball game is zone him up. I mean, that's talking about what Willie Peralta really does. And, you know, you asked me a question earlier in the pregame show, you know, like what Kyle Hendricks does. Listen, Kyle Hendricks really doesn't throw that pitch very often. You have to work to get good wood on Kyle Hendricks, even though he doesn't throw so hard. It's like the difference between somebody who's throwing 88 and somebody who's got 97 in the tank. What do you know from Willie Peralta? He throws very hard. He's also prone to making mistakes out over the plate. Look at this one right here. This is another classic example. The game plan against Willie Peralta, and again, he does throw very hard, so I'm not talking like this is easy, but his numbers don't lie. He's been pitching well in the second half, but at the beginning of the year, he was making a lot of mistakes. Guys who throw this hard tend to make mistakes out over the plate. If you can turn 97 miles an hour around consistently, you're going to get some pitches to hit. What does Anthony continue to prove to us? Yes, he can turn 97 miles an hour around.
Take a look at the numbers of Anthony Rizzo against Willie Peralta. Look at those numbers. He's hitting 500 with 7 bombs and 14 knocked in.
Well, he had a tremendous night tonight, Cap, and guess what he did? He got himself out twice. I mean, he chased two pitches, his next 2 at-bats that he popped up to center field that he'd probably tell you, I broke the rules. I chased out of the zone. If I would have put together a little bit of a different at-bat, and it's funny because you get to the 4th at-bat where he goes deep again, he went back up there and he laid off the pitch, and then he got a good fastball to hit, and he yanks it off the fair pole down the right field line.
The what pole?
The fair pole.
It's called the foul pole.
It's fair.
Hector Rondon.
Is it a home run?
It is.
Okay, then.
Hector Rondon made his return after a stint on the disabled list with some triceps tendonitis in his right arm. Said he felt good before the ball game. He was able to get some work in, and a little sloppy, but he did touch 97 on his fastball, which means he feels good.
Well, and again, maybe the ideal circumstances to get him back in. I mean, you talk about getting him back into the pressure situation. That's going to come next. That's going to be the huge step, Cappy. But the bottom line is he's back, he's throwing the ball, and he's on the mound, and he's healthy. That he is such a key to this bullpen, no doubt about it. Certainly want to see him thrive here in September and get back into a normal routine. So step 1 was a success, no doubt.
All right, we'll hear from manager Joe Madden when we come back. Time for a break here. A Cubs postgame live presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Fair pole.
Foul pole. We'll be right back.
Cubs postgame live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Hey, Ralph Punzel.
Oh, hey, Ronnie.
Where are you headed?
Great Clips.
You're getting a haircut?
I checked in already. Using their online check-in.
Online check?
It saves you time.
You're getting a haircut.
Why? Thinking about applying to astronaut school.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll see you, Ronnie.
Save time every time. Download the online check-in app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
You're tired of the same old, because it's the same. And it's old.
Hey, honey. You remember to lock the Buick, right?
Of course I do. I'll never forget that.
The My Buick app, now available in every Buick.
You closed all the apartment windows, too.
Come on. Really?
You're the best.
It's the Buick 2016 model year sell down. Now get 20% below MSRP on select Encore models in stock. That's nearly $5,600 below MSRP on this Encore.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
All right, time now for our Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing. Who's hot and who's not?
Well done.
With runners in scoring position and 2 outs this season, how about Steven Piscotty? That guy's a Cub killer, and he's killing it.
Cardinal end up on our board.
30 RBIs, and a 1013 OPS. Who's not? Chris Davis, brutal. A .164 batting average, 21 Ks, and a woeful 473
Did you put that board together?
I did not. That's a Jeff Nelson production. Joe Madden, meeting with the media, brought to you by Xfinity.
Yeah, we had it started out poorly. They got on Jason pretty quickly. It looked like he had settled down, and then the home run by Braun really made it a little bit worse. That's it. I mean, we could not muster up any offense. Peralta had pitched well in his last game. He did pretty well again today. But when you give up that many runs early, 5 and then 6, it kind of created some more momentum on their side, which we had regained it yesterday by beating them late, but they gathered it again today, and that just happens.
Joe, there's not many games for Jason where it's gotten out of hand. There's only like 3, and all the others he's been very.
Yeah.
Is there something to that for him when he goes out there and has these nights where they kind of get on?
Well, usually if they're going to get him, it's going to be obviously early in the game, because when he gets deeply into the game and really settles in, and I thought he did settle in, because he went 5 and then only 1, and then obviously the 3 looks bad at the end. 2 outs, Braun up. He had just struck him out the previous time. I just, that was probably not. You didn't want to throw that pitch exactly right there. But I just thought he righted himself, and it just didn't play out. And the other thing is, bullpen-wise, there's a lot of guys that did not want to use tonight, and that was a good lineup for him. So there's a combination of factors working there that I wanted to stay with him.
On the other side, Anthony Rizzo is really good against this guy.
Yeah, he is. He is good. I saw the numbers. It's now, 16 for 32 or something like that with 7 homers, is it? Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of weird how that plays out sometimes, but even that last homer, he didn't hook it. That stayed pretty straight for going right down the right field line, and that was impressive too.
Are these games for guys like Hamill kind of auditions for what's next to come?
No, not at all. I mean, you just you keep playing, by the time you get to the point you get in the playoffs, and then you start attempting to read into who you're going to play next, and then you set it up at that point. It's not necessarily an addition. He's got 14 wins this year. Mm-hmm. He's had a nice season, so everybody has bad moments, and I don't worry about things like that.
Joe, what did you think?
Joe, obviously you said it's not an addition for him, but if 2 weeks from now, say you know that since you have such a strong rotation, you have these 4 guys set in the rotation come October, do you even consider moving Hamill to the bullpen to see what he can do out of there?
That was something that would happen down the road, but I haven't even thought about that. It's something you absolutely can do that, no question, if you chose to look at it that way. But for right now, we haven't even talked about that.
All right, our UPS store taking care of business player of the game. Well, we'll go Jonathan VR, a home run, a single, and a triple tonight. Holly, this little irritant is quick with a lot of power for a little guy.
I got to tell you, Cappy, this is a stunner. I mean, with the second pitch of the ball game right here. I mean, power the other way. The bunt, the speed, the ability to drive a ball in the gap, end up on third base. Listen, that's his game. I've seen it for a long time. But that first home run was absolutely impressive, taking Jason Hamill out to left center field. I did not know he had that kind of power. I'm not sure he knew he had that kind of power, but he knew he got it.
Boy, he can fly around the bases.
Yes, sir.
All right, time for our Honda winning box score. And unfortunately, this one belongs to the Milwaukee Brewers. VR 3 for 5. Neuenhuis had a knock. Brian Braun had a couple knocks, including 3 runs scored, a 3-run home run, 4 RBIs, and a K. And Hernan Perez, 4 for 5 night, 3-hit night for Domingo Santana. Orlando Arcia had 2 hits and Peralta had 1. It was a fight at the bat rack to face Cub pitching tonight.
Your top, I mean, listen, most of the damage done at the top. VR, Neuenhuis, you throw him in there with the bunt. Braun and Perez, I mean, right there, 9 hits. You see it right there at the top. I mean, this is really how it went. You did get a little bit of production at the bottom of the lineup. Peralta let off an inning with a double the other way. But it just kept seeming to, funnel back to Perez and Braun there with opportunities to drive in runs. And we talked about this in the pregame show, opportunities for Carter and Braun. Braun comes through with the base hit, comes through with the 3-run home run. I mean, certainly you see those things in front of you, but it just had that feel of oh no, here we go again. Braun sitting with runners in scoring position.
Blowout.
So they continued to come through, and this thing got ugly.
Yep, tie the game and then go for the downs. Isn't that what you like to say?
Yeah, right.
That's what they did.
They went for the downs in the
Cubs
first.
actually led in this game 1-0. Let's look at the Cubs lineup and box score tonight. Dexter had an 0 for 4 night. Ben Zobrist a 2 for 4. Rizzo 2 for 4 with 2 home runs. Jorge Soler an 0 for tonight. Tommy La Stella had a knock. A couple for Miggy Montero, a solo jack, his 6th. And that was about that.
Is it a good thing that I can remember every base hit that we got in this ball game, right off the top of my head? Maybe it's because, I don't know, only 3 guys. Kawasaki, welcome back. Good to see the slash double down the left field line. Anthony Rizzo obviously had a great game tonight, the 2 home runs. Ben Zobrist that hustle double, and Tommy La Stella also probably got robbed of a hit by Ryan Braun, so he probably could have had a couple hits in this ball game, but a double as well.
All right, Miguel Montero, 2nd inning with a solo shot. And he smoked this one. He got the head of the bat out and really did a good job here.
Well, elevated fastball away on the outer third of the plate, right? And we've seen Miggy do this. He's starting to zone back up again. I'm starting to see the good Miggy right now when he's taking the ball the other way, gets the elevated fastball and drives it. In fact, he's going to get a curveball later in the ball game. He's going to rip it down into the right field corner. This is what Montero has done throughout his career. He's got as much power as just about any catcher in the game. I know he's getting a little bit advanced in years, and I know he's having a down year. But when he starts to roll, he's got that power to left center field as well as anybody. And good to see him starting to find that stroke right now, because as we talked about again in the pregame show, it's go time for Montero. He really needs to start producing offensively, and good to see him continue that into this game tonight.
All right, Jason Hamill meeting the media now at Miller Park.
Yeah. Just haven't had a good feel for my slider over the last few. Just trying to feel it right now, feel around for it. Good curveballs today, but not having that slider, that's usually my effective pitch behind the counts and the way to kind of tip the balance in my favor. So just too many pitches up in the zone. Didn't really set the tone for us early. So this one's on me, and obviously it doesn't sit well, but we're fortunate to have a very comfortable lead right now, and just brush this one off and move on.
Could you tell in the bullpen warming up that you didn't have a slider?
Even over my sides, hasn't been as sharp as it usually is. So that's project A for the next side, is to get that feel back for the slider, and I'm not going to sweat it. Obviously it sucks, and I guess the story of the tape or whatever for me this year is when I'm bad, I'm really bad. So overall body of work is really good. So I'm not gonna beat myself up, and I had a pretty good run against these guys. They were about due for one.
All right, we'll be right back. Cubs Postgame Live rolls on, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Careful.
Honda knows, in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear-view camera, text message reader, and dual-zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord, with a redesigned body to match. Nothing compares to a Honda. The restyled Accord, the best-selling car in America.
Exceed your expectations of what makes great paint with Pittsburgh Paramount from Menards. It provides the most advanced protection in true one-coat coverage. A gallon of exterior paint is $31.38 after rebate. Experience the power and flexibility of the Wagner Flexio 570. It easily sprays stains, sealers, latex, and oil-based paints, making it perfect for both indoor and outdoor jobs. $78 after rebate. Now during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name,
in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
At Farmers, we've seen almost everything, so we know how to cover almost anything, even a romantic rodent.
A romantic what?
I'm a sucker for proposals, and we covered it April 26, 2014. Talk to Farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
You've heard of a pack of wolves, the pride of lions, a murder of crows. Well, we call this a rumble of Dodges. When you call one, you call them all.
Our most surprising deals of the year. Now get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan models in dealer stock.
Cubs fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card available only at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC. Funny, that read sounds the same every time. I nail it. Let's look back at Holly's Keys for the pregame show, sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
All right, zone him up. Listen, we talked to Willie Peralta. Anthony Rizzo was listening. He always does when it comes to Willie Peralta. He's got his number. But again, we kind of broke it down in showing you what Anthony Rizzo did and how it works with Willie Peralta. If you expand your strike zone, you'll get yourself out. He's got a lot of velocity. And again, tip your hat to Willie Peralta. He was pretty good in this one. But again, Anthony Rizzo, I think, really showed up there. That's what that was all about right there. Carter and Braun, well, we contained Carter, but not Braun so much. Braun had a huge game. 4 RBIs, moving along. Attention to details, not so good either. That's the other thing that really stood out to me tonight. I talk about it all the time. The Cubs have done it 99.9% of the time. But again, this game got away, and it kind of had that loose feeling to it. There were some missed balls, some missed plays, and some things happened. But classic, you know, it kind of happens in a game like this where you see those plays not made. Cogs ends up over there at third base and whatnot.
Yeah, you look at this game tonight, and when Hamill didn't have it early, Cubs had a 1-0 lead. Just didn't have it early, you had a feeling right away, over.
Almost looking for a little bit of a fight back. You know, like if the Cubs could have done that and regained some momentum maybe in the second or third inning. There was a little bit of a pushback there. I think it was the Montero home run, which I thought maybe it just maybe gets them going, but it didn't really seem to materialize after that. And again, the Brewers responded again after the Montero home run.
All right, Cubs and the Brewers wrap up their series tomorrow night at Miller Park, which is Wrigley North. And we'll have the game for you on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, your guy's
Mike
pitching.
Montgomery gets the start for the Cubs. He'll be opposed by Holly's guy, former Cub Matt Garza. 5-6 with a bloated .457 ERA. Montgomery making his 4th start for the Cubs. A no decision last Thursday against San Francisco. Gave up 4. 3 of them earned, 3 hits, 3 walks in 4 innings of work. Holly, I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Fair
All right. There he is, Foul Pole. Thank you for watching Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Fair Pole.
Foul Pole.